I have successfully managed to update every single programming in existence, which is updating today, apparently. I love streaming. I love being reliant on technology. It's cool. It's great. It definitely doesn't cause me issues every single day of my life. But, you know, we're here. We did it. So, somehow, you know, didn't die. Somehow. So I'll call that pretty good. Pretty solid. I went to try and open Zero Escape. And I got an application error occurred. The Zero Escape 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors was termed. What does that mean? Terminated? Perhaps? It launched fine the second try, so we're good. But I wasn't really expecting that. But sure, you know, why not, right? It's fucking loud on my end. Oh. And I believe... Where were we? That file, flow. We're just before a decision. Which we don't need to, you know, we don't need to do that. But we can't actually do anything at that part of the block yet, so... Perhaps we go and, get the other shit. Maybe. I mean, let's see. So, I'm assuming the way this works is these are things we have gotten so far, and they unlock this shit right here. And these are the ones that we haven't? But I'm not sure. Can I do this one? Because what is this? The 4 and 5 doors. Wait. Keep going back because I want to like zoom out, but... Not how that works. I've done all this at this point. Like, this is the first class cabin, that's the cabin casino, yeah. That's the first route I went on. Can I not actually zoom out from... Oh, okay. I just have to right click. I guess it makes sense. But yeah, like, can I get this? Because I did just go through this route. Oh, so the... Oh, the 5-door leads you to the first class cabin, which is all super fancy, the nice can't be bad, blah, 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 blah. But the 4-door leads you to the second class cabins, which were like, alright. And also the kitchen. Yeah, it makes sense that the casino would be where you'd go after the first class cabin. I think hypothetically they could have gone either way. But this one was the 3, 7, and 8 doors. So, I mean, it would probably make the most sense to do, like, these first? Wait. Oh, interesting. Okay, so if you go with, whatever route that is, you also get the Yellow Submarine ending, which is fun. Okay, so yeah, regardless of what goes on, if you go through the 2-door, which gives you the Sun Key, I think was what was in there, you would end up, you know, everyone dies, Yellow Submarine. Although the divisional groups might be different, which would be interesting. Hey, First Thunder, thank you for the raid! Welcome, 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 welcome! Hope you had a good stream. I'll give you a shout out. I'm currently deciding what the fuck I'm gonna do. Oh shit, you're also playing 99. Hell yeah! Hope you had a good time. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do one of these two routes. So it probably make more sense to just like go through all this shit first and then worry about unlocking stuff. Well, I know how it works though, so that's fine. Right, this is when Ace had just got knocked the fuck out. Let me get out my notes. Although it doesn't really matter for this. I'm just gonna...
I want to go through door number 3. Nope, you can't.
Fucking denied.
Huh? Why?
Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3.
Yeah, I do. I remember there's one. Yeah. That's very fair. I was wondering if you'd end up just like dabbing out to avoid spoilers. Please do. I understand. But stay strong. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I remember there was like one of the doors that I couldn't go through at this part, but I could not remember which one it was. I'm sure I have it in my notes here somewhere. I mean, let me see. Because it's 3, 7, and 8. Yeah. There's no combination that would end up getting through door 3 if they did 3 and 3. They would have to leave people blind. Which is, we've done that.
Why?
Not in this route, but we've done that.
Bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I don't like this universe where Santa is better at math than Junpei.
There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door.
I see. That means one team would get left behind.
Which is
That's
fine.
right.
That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8?
No, they're fine. We've got 3 options.
Santa began to explain. Yeah, there's 3 options. I actually still have those written down, yeah. One option is 3, 5, and 8 go through door 7, and 4, 6, 7 go through 8. The second is 4, 5, 7 go through 7, 3, 6, 8 go through 8. Then the third and final is 3, 6, 7 through 7, and 4, 5, 8 through 8.
Option A?
Option A. I actually did label them with letters, so it'll be interesting to see if he's got the same order.
Have 3, 5, and 8 go through door 7.
Ooh. That's one.
And 4, 6, 7 go through door 8. Option B, 4, 5, and 7 go through 7.
This is what I picked for each. That was my option A and B.
3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
I mean, maybe I'm misremembering and this was all like laid out originally.
Option C.
And I just wrote that down. But I don't think so. Huh.
3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here.
Wait.
But we loop back every time. I mean, they don't know that we loop back to the hospital room. At this point, we've only gone forward. That was when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams. 3, 5, 8, and 4, 6, 7. Plan B divides into 2 teams. 4, 5, 7, and 3, 6, 8. Plan C divides into 2 teams. 3, 6, 7, and 4, 5, 8. Is he about to realize that then all of these teams he gets split up from June?
That means
There was one thing they all had in common.
5 and 6 can never be on the same team. If we want all 6 of us to go through a door, then June and I can't go into the same one.
Did we later go through door 3? I want to say that did happen, but I can't remember for sure. June and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd be taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do? Yeah, because it was like they would go together if they went through the 3 door.
Have you mulled it over enough, or do you need more time? Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over. You've got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're gonna be leaving 3 people behind to die.
Oh no.
So what are you gonna do?
So sad.
7 or 8? Time to choose.
Junpei thought hard. After thinking it over, his conclusion was... What did I go through the first time? Because it... I can't check. I mean, I suppose I could, like, go through and then see, like, if it was, you know, the one I actually went through the first time. Well, actually, let me just think, because, like, if I actually think about the characters involved here. Junpei in option A goes along with Santa and Lotus, which I don't remember happening. Other option is Clover and 7, which I think it was the like hospital rooms. So I must have picked door 7 the first time. It is tempting to do the like take the risk option, but I feel like that's the one I want to like end on here. Yeah, like just going through these routes.
Okay. Fine. Alright. I choose door 8.
Okay, 8 it is.
Yeah.
Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 7.
Huh? Why?
June's face was blank and confused. Santa muttered to himself and turned to Junpei.
Junpei, you figured it out, right? Can you explain it to her?
Okay, so, June, if we want all 6 of us to go through a door...
Yeah. Junpei chose his words carefully. When Junpei finally finished, June looked as though she was about to cry.
Oh no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
It makes a bit more sense for her to be worried this time, because we haven't split up yet in this round. We could have split up and then chose this, but like... Junpei felt it just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up.
No, we didn't. Like... Junpei... I don't know, I think... Oh, well, no. Yeah, yes, though. Yeah, no, like... For the 4 and 5 doors, we went together with June, Clover... No, not Clover. June, Lotus, and, Santa. So they did get split up then. And you would think that the default option for that route would be to not, like... rock the boat, so the fact that they assume you did...
I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. I mean, logically, they're gonna want to have as many people as possible, 0 as, reach door 9. They currently think there's only gonna be one door 9. But so like there's more conflict and more like, oh, we have to leave someone out. It could still happen if they have like 3 to 5 people, because like, oh, what if they, well, I suppose only if they have 4 to 5 people. Because there could be a situation where like they can't actually add up to 9, but it was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here.
Oh, right, yeah, I suppose that'd be the better explanation.
Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
That's supposed to be an I, right? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice chattered at the moment.
You guys are done, right?
This bitch. He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Oh yeah, huh, because there's, yeah, 2 routes where, Junpei could go into door 7. Wait. No. Yeah, 2 routes where Junpei could go into door 7, but also, 2 routes for, door 8 has either Santa and Clover, or only, Clover. Oh no, actually, don't mind me fucking being bad at reading. I'm very smart. Yeah, there's only one route where Junpei goes into 8, but there's, yeah, 2 where Clover goes in. Yeah, yep. I know what's going on here. It's great. I'm not used to, like, paying attention to who goes where besides Junpei, so, like, my mind keeps wanting to default to, like, oh, where's the 5? Where's the 5 in this one?
Whatever.
It was more of dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Good luck! Santa, 7, and June walked toward door 7, while Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Lotus laid her hand against her chest, then turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then shall we go?
Here
It's
goes.
open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them.
Okay.
Hurry!
Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets have been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. Don't do that. You have 9 seconds. He looked to his left. Toward door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met.
June.
You have 9 seconds, buddy, and probably less since you already hesitated.
Jumpy.
They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Boy!
What the hell are you doing?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. I can't handle this guy. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
81 seconds left. Hurry!
Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead.
Ugh.
Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. Easy peasy. It was just right there.
It stopped.
With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm, aloof perhaps.
Pointless.
She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity.
What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Alright, Lotus. Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake.
Yeah, apparently, buddy.
No, I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed. This could be fun.
Oh, it's a dead end.
The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end.
There's a door on the left, though.
For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it.
A laboratory? Huh.
A laboratory? Guess what's getting added to the fucking file? I don't know, probably.
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place.
Me either. But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei,
Huh?
please, you first.
Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect. If you think anyone in here respects you, Junpei, I have a big surprise for you. Well, to be fair, he's actually pretty respectable. Unlike other Uchikoshi protagonists.
Ugh, fine.
Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division.
You know, I think the window looks into another room.
You think so?
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Like running tests? Junpei walked to the window and looked through.
What the hell?
He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of a room shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table. No matter which direction you go, you get a mannequin. I'm sure once we go through door 3, there will be a mannequin.
Looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him.
It's kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
Yeah, it's like a practice doll, Junpei.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
Ooh,
It's creepy either way. Don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
It's possible. It looks like it's possibly. I mean, maybe metal? With like circuitry. Could be in there ish. I don't know.
well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those
Probably
cables
not.
sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
Be prepared for it to, shake violently.
Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She's gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white.
Wait, where's Clover?
She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad.
What is she?
There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and, as kindly as he could, spoke.
Are you okay?
No, she's not okay. Her brother just died. Clover looked away.
What are you talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together.
Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment.
You just don't get it.
Okay. Okay, Clover. Slight jump scare. Her cry took Junpei by surprise. Me too, buddy. And he stumbled backwards a few steps, alarmed. Yeah. Yeah, me too.
My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind. Something happened to him. Something bad.
Yeah.
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them. Mannequin nightmares, yeah.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei.
Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away.
Hey, wait, Clover! Hold on! That way is...
I told you to leave me alone!
He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway.
Clover, watch out above you!
And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
You're about to be the subject of an experiment, sweetie! Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could.
Hang on! I'll get it open.
Oh, for crying out. You'll never do it on your own.
Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. Oh, I thought he was gonna, I don't know, look for a mechanism? In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but...
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! Are you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
Oh, thank you, Spy. I'm glad you like my reading voice. But yeah, this is my first time through. I mean, not my first route I've gone through, though, so...
If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it.
Junpei nodded. Yeah, that is how puzzles work, guys.
Just what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Thank God she's, like, willing to participate. She's the only one who can do anything in there. Good thing she's the subject of the experiment, so we're the ones who kind of matter more in terms of figuring out the puzzle. To be real, those I don't know why I went for arrow keys and not fucking. Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. Sure is. I wonder what they washed here. Looks like... it's not the right faucet for an eye washer, but that's what it immediately reminded me of. Yeah, it's getting real spicy. I've seen a couple of bad ones so far. I'm having a time. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. That's concerning. I think this thing is a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff on here like resistance value and voltage. The power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter. And is this the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials. Why don't you try turning one of them? Nope. Nothing. There's no power here, guys. I turned the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens. Well, this is gonna be another electricity puzzle. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black. What? Oh, I see. Like a little scribble. I thought there was like a whole section of it that just was somehow missing. I was like, they used a pen for that? Well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all of that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker? Accessing the deep recesses of my mind, I've heard of how to do this before. Do I remember? I don't know that I do. I think there's like some sort of like cleaning material you can use for that. Erasing ink from a permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. Okay. It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. Those are the stairs I just came down. The bars in the gate are just above me. Alright, that's all that's in this room though. Aside from, I mean, yeah, you can't... Oh! I guess this drains for water, huh? Well, there's nothing here. Fair enough. It's a silver handrail. Sure is. Junpei! Do something! Please! Working on it, bud. Although there is a grate up here. Quick! Figure out how I'm going to get out of here! Can we see? Clover, there's a door in the back, isn't there? Wait right there. I'll take a look. Oh no, it's locked. I can't get it to move. Who's surprised by that? A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Fair enough. Yeah, you can't see the grate from here, but it's gotta be irrelevant. Hey, Watermelon! Is there a... It does look like a swimming pool from there, doesn't it? It is the same exact kind of tile, But yeah, no, it is a, oh yeah, it's like... Got the, like, it cuts off right up here. Such a Watermelon. Yeah. But no, it is a... It's a experiment room. This looks like a control for an electronic door lock. Hey, Spy, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. One sec. Sorry. Briefly fucked up my foot a little bit. My fun fact about me, my toe is like dislocated really easily. It sucks. The more you know. There's a red light on the display. That means it's locked. If we can get that light to turn green, then maybe we can get Clover back. This looks like the control for some kind of electronic lock. Electric. The red light is on. Then it's gotta be locked. There's a green light just below it. Although that one isn't lit. I bet it'll turn on if we can unlock it, right? Yes, but how are we going to unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, and no keyboard for putting in a password. I have no idea. It looks like this door is the exit. The door on the right just goes to the laboratory. Nope, this door isn't going anywhere. Oh my God. No dice. It won't open. I thought he was just making a joke like, the door goes to the laboratory, it's staying right there. What do you mean? I mean, that's about as much as I expected. I don't think Zero would let us out of the room quite that easily. He's gotta have puzzles. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. What's the deal with airline food? So true. That would be Junpei. The power cable, huh? I'll take that. Ooh. Oh yeah, it's just like a regular through-front, yeah. A stand for various pieces of equipment. Some of them might be useful. Good to know. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. Probably relevant what time it's set to, though. Currently 12... But like 26... About? 26 or 27. I think this thing's supposed to power the machine in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. The best, he's like a Sour Patch Kid. Yeah. I like him. I care for him. He's better than Date. And that's a low bar to pass, but he's better than Date. I wonder how we were supposed to turn it on. We need a key, clearly. This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. These buttons are, like, bolts. I think bolts. This is a really old type of keyboard. This helps me place it, like, time-wise, because I don't think... We haven't seen a ton that places, like, when this takes place. Except they think this is old. Yeah. I figured it was, like, present day-ish, but I never, like... There's never anything that confirmed it. There are 2 levers here. Do you think they activate something? If my cat could not be in front of my camera. Sir. Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Yeah, they're like decades and decades old. Old enough that they were old back when this game came out. And long before, too, really. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happened. The only thing about the room that's changed is that the lever is down now. It does seem like the story is like... Spread usage of cell phones, maybe? Well, no. Smartphones is more what I'm thinking. Like, obviously they all have cell phones, but like, no one's... If it was like, post like, smartphones being a thing, which, I mean, given when this game came out, it does make sense, since I was still like... Smartphones were a thing by then, but it wasn't like... Not for long enough that, like, it would seem weird to, you know... Sorry about without it, I don't think? Anyway, the point is, no one's brought up, like, oh, why don't we just do XYZ? Which happens in, like, every present day story now. It's like, well, just look it up on your phone. Like, oh shit, we can't access the internet. Not very impressive. Yeah? Yeah, flea markets, honestly, haven't been to one in a while. So now... Remember seeing a garage sale being advertised on my way to work and being like, maybe I will come to work early at some point and take advantage of this shit. Never did! Because it's really inconvenient to get to otherwise, but... I was desperate for that shit. Yeah, the presence of smartphones in media. It's still like, I mean, even now it's still like weird, but like, we're definitely at the point where it's weird for, you know, present day stories to not be like, you know, to have characters not at least bring up, you know, the idea and then, you know, dismiss it because it's like, it's weird for no one to, like, even consider. Flea Market Simulator, very good though. The mouse. The mouse. There's gotta. No way, it's just the mouse. There's gotta be something funny for him to say about that. And this monitor doesn't have a power cable. Hey! So one end of this cable needs to be connected to a monitor. And the other end needs to plug in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Well shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. We need an adapter! Great. It's not gonna fit is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. Ooh. That could be interesting. I'd like to see that. The keyboard. Like... a whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. I don't know, I didn't realize it's groups of 9. I wonder if there's anything important in there. Wow, I wonder. Ooh. Ethanol! Okay, cool. Ethanol. I wonder if this is for antisepsis. No, it says anhydrous ethanol. Anhydrous? Is that different from the regular ethanol? Come on, that's common knowledge. What is that's common knowledge? Anhydrous alcohol is a powerful cleaner. You can even erase marks left by a permanent marker. Hey! I didn't know that. Well, I guess that's all there is. There are 8 more. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. Nope, nothing. Just anhydrous alcohol, ethanol. Your cardboard boxes. There's some papers and stuff in them. What's in the boxes? They look quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments. It's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. It's certainly not going to turn out to be relevant. Anyway. Clover, use this ethanol. Should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I going to wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Kidding, just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. You're gonna die. Yeah, maybe like a cloth or something. But where? We can't interact with this. Anyway. I mean, maybe there's something in the room that she could use for it. Well, that'll be more obvious now that we've actually gotten the... Oh! Clover, can you use the cloth on the table? Use, huh? Soak it in ethanol, then use it to wash off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right, okay. So I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. It's a deal with that drawing Clover found. Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see it from here. Clover, you got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay, Roger. Oh, right, we want to go to the bars. And get our hint there. Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. Paper with numbers on it acquired. Paper with numbers on it, my favorite. Let's take a look at that. Oh, right, no, duh. File screen. Clover's note. The note Clover copied from the stand in the laboratory. It has 4 numbers written in 9 separate cells. Let's take a look. I'm just gonna write this down so I don't have to open this menu all the time. 2, 4, and 1. Okay. I don't immediately notice any pattern. But, I mean, I'll keep it in mind. I feel like there's some combination of... Here's some buttons somewhere for me to press. Or maybe... Nope. It's like, maybe that's like an order where I have to like try the lockers and then they'll unlock. No. Evidently not. Where else? Now, I can't look anywhere else in this room. Hey, Clover, how are the power cables over there? Yeah. I should probably be mining items a bit more. Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. Guess she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there. The cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it. Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but... Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely seen some of the, like, really goofy ones. Feel that watermelon. But... Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Damn it, that's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? What? The plug? Well, maybe more like a connector? It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with 3 metal thingies into a plug with the 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we were looking for. Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit? And back down she goes. Alright. Unplugged. I'll hand it over to you at the bars, okay? Never did I think that 3-prong to 2-prong adapters would be relevant in a video game. With funny puzzles. Here you go. The 2-prong plug. Thanks. There it is. The amount of times I had to hunt down one of those back when I was living with my parents. Because our living room plugs only had 2 prongs. Junpei, why did we get the 2-prong plug from Clover? Oh, I have to combine them. Duh. So we can connect it to the plug. Okay, then do you know? Then you do know. Now hurry up and do it, quickly. Okay, put the 2-prong plug onto the head of this power cable. Hey. Alright, I've got the 2-pronged power cable in my hand. Get right, Fritz. Yeah, so true. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go. Let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Although, this game was made by a Japanese team, and I don't think... Do they have, like, multiple different kinds of plug? Because, like... The characters are Japanese and live in Japan. This is also a sister ship to the Titanic, which was obviously built in the US. So, like, it makes sense that it'd be using US plugs. It's interesting that's not really commented on. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. L plus ratio plus your T is in our harbor, so true. I don't think anything's going to happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor.
Oh, that worked.
With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. Makes no sense. It's updating the RSF file. It's making a new directory. It's... Make BC. It took 27.3 seconds. Oh, wow, the load times in this dinosaur. Damn. yeah, that's... Yeah, good old colonization. But yeah, we got Phoenix right in it. At the very least. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this.
Huh? It's running on its own?
Sometimes computers have code that they run when they start up, Junpei.
It certainly looks like it.
Isn't that kinda weird?
What?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right?
As far as you know. That's true, actually. This is a flat screen. Meanwhile, we've got, like, this old-ass keyboard and mouse over here.
There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in.
Not the...
So, why is it working?
Maybe it's a wireless display.
Clearly, this is a reasonable explanation to Lotus. I mean, it's like a flat screen. The computer at the Black Farm Plasma Clinic looking at us. Yeah, honestly.
A wireless display?
Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly. Hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei?
Have you been living in a cave, Junpei? Yeah, it could also be like IMAX style. He most certainly had not, but...
Is that normal?
Junpei?
Yes, at least where I worked.
Oh.
Oh, it stopped.
Junpei? I mean, I guess wireless displays are, like, uncommon. Even today.
Pass with a colon.
Looks like we need to enter a password.
Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere.
This is a transwoman sheet program. So true! Zero would use Linux, honestly.
Could you go take a look?
They're kind of that... They're that kind of Linux user. Actually, it's, I've taken to calling it, Unix plus Linux. What's the fucking whole rant? I need to memorize that so I can make fun of it more.
Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do?
Or no, it was like GNU plus Linux was the, copy pasta.
I'll see if I can do something about this on my own.
His fork is weird. Yeah, exactly.
On your own?
Yep, on my own.
Lotus?
Got that zero fork of, Unix. I don't need the murder game trigger functionality. I hope not. Yeah, it's like, I tried, I found this weird, forks of Linux, and it had all this weird shit about, like, nines and stuff. So it was like everything is like base 9. I don't know. It really threw me off. Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down onto it in front of the keyboard. Girl boss! Programmer girl! For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left then right. Oh, she's getting ready.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. I love her! Then before Junpei had time to blink, she was tapping at an incredible speed. The click-clack of the keys running together like a machine gun fire. You're like 20-ish years younger than her. Yeah, they're a little...
Wait, what?
Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words. About time, buddy.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Of course I didn't. You're typing so fast. I can't even see your fingers.
Hacker, hacker, hacker. I love her. Queen, queen, queen. Lotus grinned, pleased with herself.
Well, at any rate, you're pretty amazing.
Did you fall for me again?
I did.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean again? I'm not into you.
I know. Don't be so stubborn, shy boy.
I am not being stubborn. I am not shy, and I am not a boy.
You're the age of her kids. It's fine.
I am a young, healthy, 21-year-old man. I'm not gonna fall for an old lady like you.
I know she could be your mom, but... Suddenly, the guttural roar of a furious animal filled the room. Or so Junpei thought for just a moment. Novel mode is so good. Yeah, Copia. That's exactly what it is. Lotus's hand suddenly stopped and her shoulders stiffened.
Old lady. Did you just say old lady?
Remember what I was saying earlier about him being, like, considerably better than Date? That's still true, but, like, buddy. Oh, crap. That Junpei. I went too far. Hey, Miku, good to see you. Hope you're having a good day, too. Oh, well, it was a nice life while it lasted.
I've had enough of you. Go somewhere else. You're bothering.
Queen, 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 queen.
What?
Go see if you can find a password hint or something. I'll try and open this from
I think she's...
You're distracting me. Go. Now.
Kid his ass. He is like a habitual line stepper. The amount of times he's done this shit. Lotus waved her hand in the universal gesture of dismissal. Junpei was clearly not wanted. Deserved. Get his ass.
I guess I'll go.
That is also true, though. She can't take. Time to cut my losses, Junpei thought, and left as quietly as and inoffensively as he could. Aw, I love you too. Junpei wandered around the room for a while, looking for anything that might help find the password for the computer. Unfortunately... Yeah, there's not anything like that.
Nothing. No clues whatsoever. Clover didn't find anything useful in the laboratory either. Damn. Looks like we've hit a dead end this time.
I mean... Could have something to do with the little puzzle that we found under the permanent marker. But just as he was about to tell Lotus that his search had returned nothing.
All right. Bullseye. Junpei, I did it.
Excited cheering erupted from near the monitor.
What?
He hurried back to find Lotus looking rather smug. You deserve to be smug, Queen.
Let me see.
She gestured for him to look at the screen, and he did. The strange text from before was gone. In its place was something entirely different. Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, we know what the password is now. 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square.
What is that?
I don't have any idea. It just showed up after I cracked the password.
She cracked the password. Girl.
You think it's a puzzle?
What's the password though? Are you gonna tell me, hacker girl? Are you gonna let me know? I'm curious. I just want to know what kind of password that Zero would use.
It certainly looks like one.
As she spoke, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do.
She's no good with the actual GUI inputs, Sam. Fair.
Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break, all right? I did my part.
Well...
He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Lotus.
No problem. And make sure you know when you should thank people.
In the other route, I think... Yeah, Lotus did actually go through to, door 8. So,
Now,
regardless...
I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
Regardless of what happens, Hacker Girl gets to handle this. So, I was like, just wondering for a second, like, what if she didn't? What if she wasn't here for this shit? Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. I imagine there's like another way. I feel like I could have solved this without, you know, getting that. That's a fair point, actually. Yeah, Junpei has been carrying for a while now. Alright, I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? Although, to be fair, like, honestly, 909 does a good job of having the other characters, like, participate. Then, it does better than a lot of these types of games where, like, the protagonist just does everything, you know? He still does, like, most shit, because he's the protagonist, but there's a lot of, like, you know, other characters finding stuff, or, like, solving problems, or blah, 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 blah. I really appreciate that shit. I think it's cool. For a hot second, I was like, dang, where did Clover go? As if I'm going to see her in this room. Oh! Look, Junpei. The lights on the lockers are green. Then we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. Yeah, that's fair. It does take a bit to, like, actually get people to go through a different door. Only the center one! True, Watermelon, yeah, so, like, depending on who is Zero... What's in here? Keys? There's more than one key in here. This one is small, and it looks like it goes to some sort of machine. You know what that's for. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. Oh, fuck. Well, we're fucked. Oh, wait, no, it was the Sun key, I think, that led to the Death Room. I might be wrong, though. I think the Earth symbol matches the keyhole in a door on the A deck. I think the Earth symbol is the one that led to, the 9 door. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now as for the other key... It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
Well, never mind.
Hey, hold on a minute. What does...
Sorry, just forget about it. It's nothing.
That's worrying. Before he could say anything else, she spun around and ran back down the stairs.
What the hell was that?
After waiting a few minutes to see if she would return. A few minutes? Junpei sighed, shook his head, and went back to searching. You can, like, see her. It's not like she wandered up down a hallway and you're just, like, waiting there to see if she comes back. You can see that she's just, like, staying there. While Junpei anthropomorphizing objects. So true, yeah. Yeah, he does that a lot. This key. The shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. Whatever goes to that machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor is on now. And it's full of letters. It's full of green, actually. It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Typing on this keyboard isn't doing squat. I mean, I know where we have to go now. We have to look through the window. For a second, I thought the color had changed. There's something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in there? Huh? Why is she all quiet now? They were doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under this table. Junpei! This thing in here is on now! Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Should you, like, play with it a little? Okay, yeah. I'll turn this dial here. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Oh, maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. There's a mannequin laying on the exam table here. I can't see it really well from here, but it looks like there are a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. I don't know what would change out of all these. I mean, this. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under this table. Do I just want to go to the bars to talk to her? Junpei, thank you so much for everything. Oh, fuck. Whoa, what's this all about? And, oh, and also, I'm sorry I messed up. Hey, can we talk? We can talk about this when we get you out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm gonna get you out of there right away. She thinks she's gonna die. Yay! Yeah, I think this is the first time I've actually seen a genuine smile out of this chick. Maybe if we can see something through the window? Apparently not. I should ask Clover to look around the room, he says. And yet... Don't need the computer anymore. I don't know about that. Like, how do we prompt her to... I suppose I can just click everything. Yeah, for a second there I was like, oh, we need to send her to the stairs so she can talk to us. No. The fact that I didn't try to just click on this again. Maybe if you increase the voltage. Roger. Will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover! Oh, shit. This'll go well. What? I think, well, that can't be good. Oh my god! The mannequin's head! Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. I think this is what we're supposed to do, actually. Ah, what the hell? Fire detected. Fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. I'm assuming this will open the... The mannequin's head is on fire. Okay, it looks kind of funny, but this is no laughing matter. If I don't do something, Clover will... Hey, Junpei! Do something! This is your fault! Are you sure about that? My fault? Is it? Junpei! It's so hot in here! Help me! Oh, what a... Damn, the gate's still shut. Oh! Junpei! Look at the light! Yes, it's green! The emergency system is activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. I think this is what we're supposed to do. Junpei! Come on, kid, jump! She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. I have to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright! What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead. Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now, we need to get the hell out of here. Yeah, no kidding. That fire's not going to stay in that room forever. We did it! This feels significantly less like a victory than all the other rooms. Yay! Junpei, Clover, and Lotus slept out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, yeah.
All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Hey guys, we got the key! For the Earth door! Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked.
Damn, none of these open. They're all locked.
How about that one?
The final door sat in the corner of the hallway.
Let's hope this is the door with the prize.
Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt the voice belonged to...
Jumpy!
We met up!
Huh?
He spun around. There, at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them.
June? Santa! 7!
They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys! Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she had found.
Hey, on the wall.
A map of the ship's interior?
Oh, hey!
It says C deck.
Interesting, because I think Junpei found it in the other route when she was still here.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7 and... Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary game works.
That's how the nonary game works. Something about the way he says that. I like it. It's funny. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. This leads to...
And yeah, I did, like, the first time we saw this happen, I did, like, notice the circle, or the, like, semicircle room. I was like, oh, it's out of wood. So now I know. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
yeah.
As one, they all moved back to the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open. Yeah, he's the funny uncle as a way with phrasing, yeah. He does have uncle vibes.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
They nodded their silent assent. He's not looking at you guys. Nodding's not gonna work. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would be.
We're back.
And we're
We're in
back!
the hospital room.
I assume we're still technically on, yeah, this route for a little bit. This one starts in a little bit. Probably be like
I
a,
see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
unless this, that's the one. There we go. Ooh. This is unlocked. Oh, I see. I think what happened here is I had gone through the dialogue options for, like, you know, concluding that going through door 3 would be impossible without leaving people behind. And that did the trick to actually unlock that, maybe? Either way, we know what we're doing next. We're going back here. And being stubborn. Alright, Santa. Sorry. It is funny, the door 8 is the one that's technically not been selected. Yeah. We getting them locks, yeah. Making progress.
Sorry, Santa, but I still want to go through door 3.
What? That's nuts! You've got to be crazy!
He objects so hard.
Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door?
I think it's a nice number.
I'm just...
Junpei paused. He swallowed the words he'd been about to say.
I'm just curious about door 3. That's all.
You just want to go with June.
That doesn't explain shit!
I've got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me.
Oh, hold up. Yeah, 3 plus 5 plus 6 would be 8 plus 6, 14, 5. No, that doesn't work out actually. Junpei's ship moment, so true. Actually, how many of them could go through if they went through door 3? I'm gonna figure that out right now. Cause we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going through door 3, and we need for sure to have Junpei. And ideally want up to 5 people, but who knows? Okay, so the numbers we'd want to make in order to get to 3 would be 12, 21, or 30. Let me do a little thinking. 8 and 7, 16, 15. Side 20. No? One mark. Unless... Well, actually, wait, because, 5, 6, 7, 8, would that do it? Or, 15, 20, 6, and 4. Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 would allow us to take, 5 people through the door, I believe. And just leave Santa behind. Is there anything else that would work for that? Yeah, there probably isn't, as far as, like, taking the maximum amount of people. So, I hope he's ready to be abandoned. I wonder if he figured that out and was like, fucking, I don't want to be left behind here. I want to die. Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. A few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that it wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually, they arrived at the number 3 door. Junpei stopped.
I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me?
What? Why?
Please, just do it.
He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted and laid his palm heavily on the scanner.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks. The number 7 has been entered into the red.
Pied Piper Junpei. So true.
Next is June. Please touch the red just like 7 did.
Jumpy, what are you trying to figure out?
Yep. I think.
Junpei thought about his answer for a moment. Is he just, like, bullshitting to get enough people to go through the door before they can, like, object?
I think I might have found another way out.
What?
What?
Really?
That got them excited. Just as Junpei had intended.
Now please, June.
Oh, okay.
He is totally bullshitting. Seven plus 6 equals 13, 1 plus 3 equals 4. With those two numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner, and the third asterisk blinked on. 4 plus 5 equals not... Ooh.
Alright, the only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus.
So, what's your point?
You don't get it. Think about it.
Huh?
What's the sum of your number and Clover's?
12.
And what's the digital root of that?
3.
Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red?
7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It would be 9, right?
Yes, and what will the digital root be if you add 3 to that?
3. The door's number.
There you go.
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute. What the hell are you up to?
I'm not up to anything.
What are you? No, you totally are. What? Hold up. Zero out of that. Your number to Clover. Yeah, if you add those two together. I see what he's doing. He's saying, like, us 5 can go through this door, and we will have enough people to get, like, the right combination of people to get through the 9 door. And then we can just rescue everyone afterwards, like we said we would already do for Ace. I see it, I see it. This is a good strat.
I'm just waiting.
Waiting for what?
I'm just waiting. This smug-ass bitch.
I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa, or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice.
Yo. This bitch. This bitch.
So I'm waiting.
Who wants to survive? Oh, this is such a power play. Wait, I completely didn't even... Yeah, he mentions that Santa's number as well. Oh my god. This bitch. I like Junpei, actually. He sucks sometimes, but damn. Junpei laid his hand almost casually on the lever.
You son of a bitch! You tricked us! And all that stuff you were going on about is all bullshit!
Bullshit. Huh. I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it.
Yeah, this is so fucking good. This dude.
Why the hell would you do something like this?
Junpei glanced at June.
Jumpy.
He has a very good defense. He has a very good defense.
You did this just so you could go through the same door as June. That's it?
Although he doesn't, because, like, they would have still had the right people to get through door 9 if they just all went. So yeah, actually, he's very justified in being pissed. Santa was furious. His face was red, and flecks of spit flew from his lips as he spoke. Junpei closed his eyes calmly, and then opened them again.
So, who's it going to be? Santa or Lotus and Clover?
Shit!
So good.
Let's go, Clover.
Huh?
Yes, taking the initiative! Lotus leapt forward. Oh, holy shit, this CJ though. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei in the door.
Fuck!
Oh, hell yeah, Lee! I didn't actually know that there's... I mean, I suppose there's always a Humble Bundle nowadays. I should take a look at that. Caught by surprise, Santa froze for a moment and then shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start, but Santa had the advantage in size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and Clover.
No, wait!
Santa did not hesitate. He slammed his hand down on the red. Oh, fuck, we gotta take Santa with
This is
us.
insane! This isn't right!
He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving.
Yeah, well, you may be right,
Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort.
but
He turned to the red and pulled the lever. This motherfucker right here! With the sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It would only remain so for 9 seconds. There was no time to think. Ooh, 22 hours. Oh, right! Oh, the itch.io unbundled. Yeah, I did get that also.
Go.
Good shit. You need to still, like, look through more of the games that are in there. Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped into the door's gaping mouth, one after another. Phrasing. Yeah, Lotus could have... Hey! Thank you for the cheerly! Hell yeah! Lotus could have fucked them over like I am, technically. I don't know if there's a sale on 999 right now. I know there was one, like, a couple months back at least, so it is, like, still regularly going on sale-ish. That's when I got it, at least. No sooner did they enter than an all too familiar noise sounded from their left wrists. The detonators had activated. Junpei looked back only once and saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door.
No.
They stood still, stopped where they had been when Santa reached the red. The defeat and desperation on their faces tore at Junpei's heart. Oh no, Watermelon. Then the door closed and they were gone.
You son of a bitch, Junpei! This isn't fair!
Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning crackling in his eyes and his knuckles white. Not the time, buddy.
Do you realize what you just did? You leave them out there, and they can't...
Shut it! That's enough!
It hadn't been Junpei that spoke, but Seven.
We gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter!
The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance of survival. Unless they could find it and deactivate their detonators, the 4 of them would be...
We got less than a minute left! No time for screwing around! Get moving!
Damn it! You
I am not done yet, bastard!
Junpei bastard route! They scattered and began to scour the room. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found.
Where the hell is it?
Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but everyone was blocked off by a wall of metal. There's only one way out. One other door.
Over there! It's gotta be behind the door!
Seven ran for the door, a rusty iron thing. His large hands grabbed hold of the handle and pulled.
Damn, it's pitch dark inside.
Can't see a thing!
Junpei stuck his head through the door and looked around the room. Realistically, they would be dead.
No, wait!
Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the right wall.
I found it! The dead's right over here!
He stepped into the room.
Ugh. What? The floor's slippery!
Oh boy! He stopped and glanced down at his feet. What was...
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I know which room this is.
There's something...
Get over there!
Junpei felt Seven's heavy hand against his back and stumbled across the room. The other 3 piled in behind him. I forgot that's what was behind this door! They all felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified, only a sense that something terrible shared the room with them. Heyo! Was that a host, perhaps? One that didn't show up? Or maybe I just looked late. But good to see you, Kazik. Thank you for the host. But there's no time to say so.
Quick! Get to the dead!
They all started running. Snails. Hell yeah. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All they could see was the tiny red light blinking at them over and over and over.
There it is!
In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner panel. Wet, isn't it? Wonder what that's about. Ooh. Seven leaned against the wall, gulping air as his breathing began to return to normal. He glanced at his left wrist and grunted.
It stopped. It stopped.
Well, that was a lot. Junpei could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face.
I don't think I'll ever get used to doing this.
What the...
The sound of retching came from Santa's direction.
What the hell is this smell? This is vile. I'm gonna puke.
So desperate had they been in their race to the dead that no one had noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. It was a terrible, nauseating stench, like burnt and rotten meat. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took.
Oh, you're right. Oh, this is...
He felt his stomach clench and bile rise up in his throat.
Let's get the lights on first.
Yeah, like, the fact that Junpei wasn't fainting like the rest of them,
There's a switch over here.
The light that spilled in from the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in his gait, Seven walked toward it. He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers toward the switch.
Okay, guys, I'm flipping it on.
There was a soft click as the lights came on. Just as the light turned on, June took in a short breath and... A scream echoes through the room. Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him.
What?
Hey. Oh, this is...
What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in the Great Red Sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and became stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it. Hey, Sails!
Looks like an explosion.
Seven's voice was low and strained.
Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gun.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. I liked his legs as well. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
The face is the worst.
Yeah, can't even tell who it is.
Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like a raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
Is that... Snake?
Santa's voice wavered as he spoke, his mouth dry.
Oh my god.
Finally, Junpei spoke.
Why did this happen?
No!
Suddenly, June was screaming, her voice broken. It was an eerie scream, full of insanity and not entirely human.
No! No! No!
She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of hair tearing.
Stop! Calm down.
He grabbed her for her wrist.
Hey!
But as he did, June leapt up and ran toward the exit.
Please! Get me out of here! You have to let me out of here!
Didn't like that, huh? She screamed at the door, her fists slammed against it with a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles.
Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this?
June.
Oh, sweetie. She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fists flailed against the door.
Get me out of here! Please! Please! Just let me out!
June.
Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arm around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door.
Calm down.
No! Get off of me! Let me go! Let me go!
Please, calm down.
Not gonna happen! She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared, and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed toward the floor, and Junpei knelt down with her. Not doing great. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Her shoulders shook, and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain.
We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's going to be okay, Connie.
Her name was a whisper.
I'll be here with you, okay?
She nodded once.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. The scent of her hair was nostalgic.
Do you feel better?
Yes, but I'd like to stay here for a little while at least. Jumpy's body is so warm.
We're doing this, huh? Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room, in a terrible way. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. There's no way any of them could forget it, but mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart had been, was made of lead.
We better get to it.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, I'm feeling away after all that. Can't lie. That was a little distressing. LLR. Those letters written in blood. LLR. Do you think that might have been some sort of dying message from Snake? No, that's impossible. You saw the body. You aren't doing anything after something like that happens to you. Then this. The way the blood's dried tells you it's real old. Where's blood this is? It ain't Snake's. Then you're saying this blood was put here a long time ago? Yeah. Fair enough. The divider between the stalls. On the other side of this wall. Everything's fine! No. I don't want to think about that. That's where we came in. I guess it's not locked, but there ain't really any point. All that's out there is the numbered door. We can't go back through the numbered door even if we wanted to. Alright, let's see if anything happens when I turn you. Nope, nothing. Not even a drop. Is the pipe clogged? There's water coming out of the shower head. Let's see if... Shit, that's hot. Really hot. Man, that water must be just about boiling. Useful to know. Ooh. Cool. Toys. I love these. Some pipes. Why does the one on the right look different from the others, I wonder? Does it? Oh, right, because it, yeah, it goes up over the top. There's a piece of paper tied to this pipe with a wire. Notice, drainage valve operation. Please do not flush the water in these pipes. Noted. Doing so may cause the water, the drain to overflow. Yeah, this really is Nancy Drew, isn't it? I already checked all 3 toilets, you know. Nothing unusual in there. Thank you, Santa. Lock. Noted. It's a thermometer. Can you get it off? No. It's screwed onto the wall. A thermometer. It's been attached to the wall pretty good with screws. Bolted. Screws. Just so that's, like, clear. Ooh. It looks like a card. Like a key card. I wonder if we can get to it somehow. Don't think so. It's too deep. I can't reach it. Damn it, Snake. I'm gonna blame you for that. Toilet paper! Ooh. Something Y X. Excuse me. It's toilet paper with some kind of red symbols on it. You think maybe that's a... I'm sorry. A side-tail scythe? Side-table cipher? Excuse me. A side-tables? I don't know what about this. You think maybe that's a side-tail cipher? Side-tail cipher? What the hell is that? You wrap a piece of paper around a stick, then write several sentences on it, so that the whole paper is filled up. Then you unwrap the paper, and you can't tell what the original message was, right? That's how it works, more or less. Then to decipher it, you gotta have a stick that's the same diameter as the original one. Same diameter as the original one, huh? Yeah. Then you just wrap the paper around that stick, and you can read the code. The more you know, gotta find a stick. A wooden box, there's something in here. Luminol! What's Luminol do? What the hell is this thing? Some kind of spray bottle? There's something written on it. Can't read anything else. The label's all faded. Let me see that. He just grabbed it from him. That wasn't very nice. You're commenting on that? Oh, this is luminol. You know, forensics guys used to do crime scenes. Oh yeah, yeah, it's for fingerprints. Yeah, fingerprints, right? Oh yeah, that stuff that glows the blue when you spray it on blood. Blood, never mind. Even if the blood's been wiped off, it'll still glow. Yeah, now I remember this from the bonus case in the first Ace Attorney game. A bucket! And a broom. Junpei reached for the broom, and as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. It was June.
Rabbit hutch.
The what?
Huh?
He turned around. June still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face.
Oh, you just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean.
How did I remind you of something like that?
Jumpy and the broom.
Oh!
You're always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch.
I was.
Don't you remember?
Junpei stared at the broom in his hand.
You mean you don't remember that summer either?
Oh no! She looked very sad. He shook his head.
Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible.
They were in the 6th grade. Junpei and June had been assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. Oh no. Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning. On the final day of school before summer vacation began, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found June standing in front of the rabbit hutches. No sooner had Junpei arrived than June began to cry. He had no idea why until he looked behind her into the rabbit hutch. The first thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Even after the teachers and friends came to see what the commotion was, June couldn't stop crying.
I just kept crying and crying until you came over.
So true, it's just punishment for the rabbits. Zero really cared about the rabbits. Zero was one of their teachers.
You held my hand, and you looked very serious, and you said, "Don't cry. I'm gonna catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying.
Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me we were gonna catch the killer together.
Investigators. June smiled, and a little bit of the flush of life returned to her cheeks.
Then we decided that we'd ambush them.
Yeah, I remember.
The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and June had decided their murderer would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and June hid behind the hutch at dusk and waited. It's just the rabbits had killed one another for some reason or another, right? Or there's like a bird or something. I mean, they're closed in there, but something of that effect. It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered through the air. As the sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky. And June's, Akane Kuroshiki's face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget for as long as he lived.
But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation, and they never showed up.
All summer vacation, oh sweeties.
Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either. I think all that work amounted to something, you know?
He felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it.
Although, you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle.
What do you mean?
She looked up at him, confused.
Come on, we were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, they probably would have had a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right?
I wasn't worried because you were there with me.
Yeah, the other 6th grader. She blushed furiously.
You know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals.
Clearly embarrassed, she tried desperately to change the
I
subject.
was the only one who asked to do it at first.
Yeah, well, boys don't really want to bother with taking care of animals, you know?
Gender standards, huh?
Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you?
If it wasn't the rabbits, they were gonna make me do something else. You know how that school was. I figured it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody who wasn't gonna tell on me if I felt like blowing it off.
Junpei. Hey, Zen, thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, 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 welcome.
I'm a gnome, and you've been no.
Hell yeah, more Metal Gear. Let's fucking go. Hope you had a good time. We're doing some more 99.
Really? That's why you volunteered?
We're learning about their past.
Yeah, it is.
He nodded quickly and much too earnestly, then quickly looked away at something very important. Yeah, I'm sure.
Really?
Of course.
That hadn't been the reason, of course. Oh shit, you beat it! Hell yeah! Nice! Good work. He had asked to take care of the rabbits so that he could be near June. Ooh. Maybe one of these days I'll play through Metal Gear and I can look forward to 4. So I too can experience. But it had been so long ago, he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he had felt back then. It would be embarrassing. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, and then snatched it out of the air.
Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We've got to figure out a way out of this room. Otherwise...
Yes. I'm gonna look over there.
June nodded curtly, then turned and walked away.
I should get back to it myself. Ah, that's
Ah.
right. The pool of blood.
Immediate reminder. Junpei turned around and looked at the room. At Snake's body. Chunks of flesh and organs still lay on the floor.
Going on and on about old times right next to a corpse? What were we doing? Well, maybe it was because we're in this mess.
So stupid and bullshit, yeah, it still made you cry and feel so much. Yeah, that's exactly what I've heard about Metal Gear, honestly. Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing it could, from death it could find. You know, rabbits dying. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before him.
I have to survive, no matter the cost. I need to make sure she gets out too.
As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. Ah. Right. Right, forgot we're in novel mode for all that. A thick pipe that stretches across the floor. No funny line for the thick pipe. That. The dividing wall that separates the toilets. Sure is. Nothing here? There's nothing in the toilet. If there was, that would be gross. It's an escape room. I am going to try my damn best watermelon. A skinny shelf. Nothing unusual about this toilet. Thank God. There might be something in the tank, you know. Let's open that shit up. Keycard! Oh, there's not a symbol on this one. Pee in the toilet to solve the puzzle? So true. The tank where the red card was. Nothing here now. Oh, let's check out this one. Ooh. What do you think this is? It looks like tar. It's kind of sticky. I don't think we can just wipe it off. I doubt just pouring some water on it's gonna help much either. What about hot water? Hot water? If we had some really hot water, like boiling hot, wonder where we'd get that, then maybe that would wash it off. Interesting idea. It's a water tank for a toilet. I've seen a lot of OC guys try and hide a piece in something like this. Usually for a 187 or something. Guess they think it's clever. Don't know when they'll figure out everyone else thinks the same, or it's clever too. I tried to guess it, won't work out for me. Huh? I mean, I know peace, but what's OC? Organized crime. What is that? Some kind of police slang? Huh? Probably. Huh? What'd I say? Why does he look all sad now? That's not really important right now, guys. Let's just check it out, alright? Well, he's not wasting any time. Hey! We needed this for some reason. I forget. Where was the thing we needed to use a screwdriver on? Oh, you know what? Could use the bucket. If I could use the shower here to fill this bucket with hot water. Hey, Seven, can you turn on the shower? Imagine if Junpei kept the screwdrivers from previous puzzles, the time saved would be immense. Yeah, honestly, like... King, why are you just, like, putting these things down? I think one of them, like, broke, but, like... I'm gonna put the bucket under the head. Yeah, okay, sure thing. Couldn't you have just done it yourself? I mean, it's not a concern, but, like... You'd think. There's something that looks like tar inside the toilet bowl. If I flush the hot water from the bucket, that should clean it up. Oh, I need to put it in the tank. Alright, so I just pour the hot water into this tank and... Looks like he filled it. Now I should be able to flush it, right? There's probably a handle somewhere on the tank that you can pull. I do know how toilets work, Seven. You think so? Serious? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, generally... Do I actually remember how that shit works? Alright, let's flush the hot water. Oh no! I was like, oh, we have to actually like pull something in the tank, because like, you can do that. In the, you know, there's no clear handle anywhere on here, but I guess not. I guess it's literally just... Oh, well, there it goes, just like a toilet should work. 185 equals... That hot water seemed to do the trick. All the dirt's gone. I don't know that that's dirt. But sure. 185 equals... I'm assuming that's part of the password. There's something written in there. That stuff's washed off. Looks like that writing was numbers. See it? 185 equals... What is this? You got me. Just looks like numbers. I'm assuming once we figure out the toilet paper, yeah, that'll help. Ooh, hold on. What if I wrap the toilet paper around the broom? Heyo! What's it say then? Oh, so you wrap the toilet paper around the broom, huh? Looks like the symbols line up perfectly. It says 634 plus. Let me know what to do that number, though. Let's see. 634 plus 185. There's a calculator, but... I'm a little bastard who likes to do this shit manually. 635 plus 180... 634 plus 185 goals. Should be 819. Yep, okay. Assuming that's password, and there's whatever LLR means we still need to consider. Ooh. It's only part of the equation, though. Assuming it even has anything to do with that. But I suppose I could still put it in. For as much as it matters. Surely that's not just like the code. Hey, Druna! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. And hope you're staying safe. Yeah, it's a 4-digit, so that this can't be, but... Nothing happens when I press these buttons. Is your escape going good? I'm having a good time with puzzles. Please get you some rest of those
Time for a nap. I'm a cat that loves to snooze.
The fact that you got that line! The RNG! Perfect. It knew. Parfield knew. I knew. But yeah, I mean, this is like more of like a there's showers. Well, it looks like the power's on. I'm wondering what the deal is with those things that say lock up there, though. I think we have to do something else before it's gonna let us enter a password. I think we could enter it now. Maybe we have to... No, apparently not. Maybe you have to disable those 2 things that say lock first, you know? Oh, there it is. Good night, Zen. The red light's on, Jumpy. I mixed the 2 names together. Jumpy. Alright, the red card is done. Next. We gotta find another card or something. Nothing there. There's nothing left in here, right? Oh, ooh. Do we have anything? Oh, I remember what we wanted the screwdriver for. Huh? Looks like there's something down there on that grate. Yeah, I think it's a card. Yeah, it's the blue card. Can't reach it though. It's too deep. Surely not. Yeah, there's no like hook on it or anything. Oh my god. Oh shit! Azure with the big raid. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Let me get a shout out real fast. Good to see ya. Ooh, Judgment. Hope you had a good time. We're doing some 999. And trying to solve mysteries. Yeah, hi, Jeremiah. I think I know what to do with this now. Wait, you don't really think we're supposed to use the luminol here, do you? You're a taco raid, I suppose. Slater. Yeah, 999 is so good. I'm really having a great time with it so far. I'm glad I tried it out. Yeah, it does seem kind of weird to use it here. But maybe I should try it just in case. Oh shit, you got a signed copy? Hell yes. Nice. Damn, wish I had that shit. Okay, I sprayed the luminol on the wall. I mean, now that I'm getting a copy of the Nirvana Initiative, if I ever meet Uchikoshi. What's next? Hey, Shin Jeremiah, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, okay, right, there's something else you need to do with luminol in order for it to actually show up, but I don't remember what. How does luminol work? I remember fucking Ace Attorney. Oh, right. This was what I actually noticed, but, you know, had screws.
Hey, Junpei, you know why thermometers only go up to 107 degrees Fahrenheit?
They do?
No, I can't say I ever thought about that.
At 107 degrees, the cells in the human body start to die, and the organs begin to shut down. The proteins in your cells start to harden.
Great! Cool! Yeah, I'm a Skyblink self. Me right now.
It's like when you hard-boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg.
Doing a VLR's themed escape room with him? Damn. Living the life.
In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point.
Oh yeah?
But it's pretty rare for a fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107.
You can actually unboil an egg? What? The more you know.
Of course, there are other
Wild.
external things that could.
Like what?
Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna, or getting thrown into an incinerator and burnt to death.
Yeah, you know, just like casual little examples.
Yeah, I guess that would get a little hotter than 107 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, I got it! Huh?
You're so celebratory.
What's up?
Nothing. Forget about it.
You had a point with that, and both Junpei and I missed it.
What was that all about?
Oh, you took the thermometer off. It says open at the bottom of the gauge. I wonder what it means. Maybe when it gets that hot, something will open? I don't know that we want it to be hotter in here, but sure. There's nothing on the wall behind it? Okay. Ooh, oh, we want to place it like underneath the shower heads, I think. Yeah, if we can get this hot water on the thermometer, then maybe. Alright, thermometer, let's get this party started. Talking to inanimate objects once again. Alright, Junpei. Yep, looks like that's doing the trick. There goes the gauge. And now it's at the open mark. Huh? It opened. What's this? Looks like there's a piece of paper in here. 957 plus. Okay. That's the other part of the equation. That should give us the password. This previous total was 819. 957 plus 819. Let's do a little math here. I could just use a calculator, but, well. You're a little bastard like me. You don't want to do that. You want to do it yourself. Because it's very impressive to be able to do basic math. And everyone will love it. 1776. Okay. But we still need the other lock to unlock before we can input that, so... Yeah, obviously the key card we still don't have, and I don't think it's gonna work in here anyway. Since it's one of the planet ones. Although it might. But yeah, is there anything... The broom obviously doesn't work. Yeah, there's nothing really... 957 plus. That means you're supposed to add something to 957, doesn't it? LSB. Yeah, it does say LSB, doesn't it? Well, yeah, doesn't take a genius to figure that out. The problem is what to add. Oh my god, you're right. What? Well, I've already used up the bucket is the problem. And also it's a drain, so I just go right back down. Theoretically, it would, you know, lift it up for long enough that grab it, probably, but... that's very fair. That's very fair. Sometimes you gotta think about top decker shit. And thank you for the hider in the stretch. Cause, like, I can only do one of those two because I have cat in my lap, but I will still... No, I mean... I can do half a stretch, I can do half body. I honestly kind of forgot he was here. He's just been chilling for the past,
I'm a gnome, and you've been... No!
Thank you for the gnome, mister. I think he's been here for like an hour on my lap. He's just cozy. He's just a cozy boy. Okay, but where can we find someone to pick that shit up? I feel like... Oh, you know what? Possibly the other lock here is literally just... Oh. I was gonna say, the other one might be like the actual passcode. Come on, Junpei, just swipe the same keycard twice. I'm sure it'll do it. I'm sure that's exactly what you need to do. We still need to find whatever will reveal that. The fact that we don't have the bucket any longer, when it really feels like that'd be the thing. Come on, man, I said I already checked them. What, you don't trust me? I don't, actually. Jesus, Junpei, I said I checked them all. The doors to the toilet stalls. Penta says he already checked them out. Didn't find anything, apparently. Nah, I don't need to check the toilet. I'm just gonna trust Santa. You are. Oh, I want to. There's nowhere else we can go within this room, right? Yeah, there's not like another side to this. Checked out this stuff. Checked out the drain. Hey Junpei, isn't this card kind of like that red card? Yeah, it looks similar. You're talking about the one we found in the toilet, right? Yeah. The red card floated, didn't it? I just had to hear it from 7. Yeah, it did. So? Well, then this blue one probably floats too, right? Float. Yeah, it might. Blue card. Might float in water. Did we turn on the shower? Boiling hot water comes out of the shower. There ought to be a warning label or something. The pipe on the right here must be connected to the drain in the middle of the room. If you turn on the water here, it'll probably come up through the drain. Surely... it's whatever... whatever and however we make that happen. Luminol glows when it reacts with blood. Of course, you can't see that glow if it's too bright. Ooh! The light switch! I didn't even realize the light switch was there. Call me a clown. The perfectionist part of me wants to find wherever I wrote down LLR before, because I did do that. And, you know, add on this info. But, it's so, like, lost in all of my other notes. And also would be useless. Yeah, I don't know. I have, like, all of my notes so far for this entire playthrough on, like, 2 notebook sheets of paper. So it's kind of... it's a little cramped. Yeah, like, imagine not being able to look to the right to see the full message. Junpei just can't look further. Yeah, LLR, LRL. Just like you thought, Junpei. Some more letters showing up after the LLR, see? It says LLR, LRL. The fact that I did not remember fucking that... Luminol. Luminol! Luminol! Can be seen when you turn off the lights. That it glows in the dark. So true, Watermelon. I have to agree. Well, I did what it said on the wall. I wonder if it actually did anything. Hey, this drain's acting up. What the hell did you do? Calm down. I just messed with the valves a little. Nothing big. Nope, went too far. Jumpy, the card is floating! Looks like the water floated the card up out of the drain. There must be water flowing in through the pipe on the right. There's water pouring out of the drain. Blue keycard! I mean, so it probably works. The password is 4 digits. Great job, Jimpy! Both of the lights are on now. Now we just need to put in the password. 1776 it is. Both lights are on. We should be able to enter the password now. What's with these E and C keys? We've been over this like 10 times. E means enter and C means clear, I think. So after we put in the password, hit E. If we screw it up, hit C. We did it! Heyo! Water is most dense at 3.98 degrees Celsius. The more you know.
There's a large iron door at the end.
Let's take a look. Huh?
Now, outside of the shower room was a hallway that extended off to the left and right. They'd moved a few steps toward the door when Junpei heard the sound of metal on metal.
What are you doing, Seven?
They turned around. Seven was doing something to the door of the shower room. He's making sure they can go back there.
Well, I figure maybe we might want to come back here sometime. So, I stuck the broom in there to keep the door from shutting. Alright, let's go.
With that, he stood up and began walking down the hallway. He brushed past Junpei and kept going. After a moment, the rest of them followed him. Before long, they found themselves at the large iron door. They had only been there for a moment when June spoke up.
Jumpy, look!
He turned. There on the right side of the hallway was a piece of paper attached to the wall.
What's up?
What's that on the wall there?
Oh, I think it's
Junpei ran over and peeled it off.
a map of the ship's interior?
And we found it
It
again!
says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then. We'll have time to study it later. Let's keep going for now.
Junpei folded the map and stuffed it into his pocket. Yeah, so door 3 is this one, I think? Yeah, because we went through a singular room. Yeah, we went down into a hallway and we had to... There's like one door that actually worked, and that was the shower room. Yeah, makes sense. Back at the door, the 4 of them lined up in front of it. Santa stepped forward. Though this is the route where they don't actually check the map first. He grabbed hold of the door, then turned to look back at the rest of them.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
They nodded. He's the designated door opener. Santa nodded back and threw the door open. He's so good at his job. All 4 of them leapt through.
What the?
You're shitting me.
It took only a moment for them to realize where they were.
We're back.
They had been there only a short time ago. It was the large hospital room, filled with countless beds. Are Clover and Lotus still here, though? I mean, at this point, we could all go through the 7 and 8 doors in this route. It doesn't look like we're going to, but, like... Lotus and Clover looked up as they entered. Ace was there as well, although he looked as though he had only just woken up.
Clover! Lotus! And Ace! I'm glad you're all okay. Lotus? What are you...
The moment they spotted Junpei, Lotus and Clover headed straight for him. As she neared him, Lotus drew back her hand and slapped him, open-palmed against the across the face. Deserved.
How could you do this to us?
Her face was furious. She grabbed Junpei by the collar and shook him violently. Clover didn't touch him, but the hate in her eyes was no less potent. It was Seven who stopped them.
Knock it off! We got bigger shit to worry about right now.
His deep voice echoed across the massive room. Lotus glared at Seven, but let Junpei go after one last vicious shake.
What?
Go have a look. I stuck the screwdriver in the door. That door over there, the one without a number. As long as the screwdriver's there, it can't shut, so you can get in there. There's a shower room past there. I stuck a broom at the door there too. Anyway, Go take a look.
Then you're saying we can go in there without passing through the numbered door?
Yep.
Yeah, that's about the size of it.
That's our little cheat.
Wait, what the hell is in there?
You'll know when you see it.
Maybe warn her.
Fine, let's go.
Maybe especially warn Clover? Hello. Lotus and Clover looked at one another for a moment, then nodded and stepped through the door. By then, Ace had made his way to them, moving with the stiff, shuffling steps of someone who had only just woken from a lengthy slumber.
My goodness. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head weakly.
Should I go as well?
Yeah.
Great thing to wake up to. Yeah, here's a exploded corpse. Seven nodded.
Very well.
Ace followed Lotus and Clover with a stiff, tired gait. Then someone screams. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than the living human should. It was Clover. Yeah, she just saw her brother exploded and wasn't given any preparation for this. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank, and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. I think we're back at this point. Well, but this one splits onto a different route. So not quite. Yeah, because this goes to the confinement rooms. Yeah, okay, I remember that route. There were 4 other people in the room with the Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Although it is... Yeah, okay, no. I thought, like... I was thinking we were here already, for some reason. Seven looked at each one of them in turn.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it. Alone. And waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door.
Worth a shot, right?
And then, 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake.
You don't need 3 people. You need 3 of the... what are we calling them? Bracelets?
It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Although, well, the only one they have available right now is 9. Junpei crossed his arms and grunted.
Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah, that means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Oh, welcome to, Escape Games, buddy. June seemed shocked.
How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Yeah, he's used to that, isn't he?
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Squidded Games, yeah. Really?
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
I mean, he's not wrong, though, and it's worth acknowledging.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes, that is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt,
Great.
it should be Zero.
I mean, doubt feels like a weird word for the guy we've just been outright against the entire time.
He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Good question.
Here we go again.
If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Was Zero still on the ship with him? Ah, this shit again. Sure, yeah, fucking of course. Of course he was. That was obvious.
But I don't...
Zero was somewhere on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thought.
Where could Zero be hiding?
Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. And moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
This really shouldn't come as a surprise to any of you. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I know this is the answer, but if I say that it is, everyone's gonna be like, oh, Junpei, you have no proof for that. Your only argument is just based off of like nothing. You don't have like a good like explanation for. No.
That's crazy. Isn't the ship going to sink in a few hours? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive.
It was just established, and you agreed that Zero was on the ship. I guess if you interpret here with us as like in the killing game room, but like he's obviously got a master key and doesn't have a bomb in him. Clover looked up at Junpei and her face fell.
You don't believe me.
Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei's met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong, but perhaps the way he said it had been. Yeah, no kidding, Junpei. He'd been too insensitive. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps he thought I should apologize. Before that apology could begin...
Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel that you can trust any of us.
Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch, bitch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly.
But you have to understand, the more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing?
Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time, her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. Yeah, she's about to kill you. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then, in that horrible silence, running out of time, they heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7. Clover, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going.
Our next destination is Mercury.
Gonna take a while.
Here we go.
Are we on the, no, apparently not. Confinement rooms. They stood in front of the elevators next to the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen. Between the 2 elevators is the card reader with the Mercury symbol engraved on it. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card.
Oh, that's the...
Yeah, I found it in the shower room.
Oh, I see. It's got the Mercury symbol.
He took a deep breath and slid the card through the reader. It made a small beep, and the lights on the reader blinked to life.
Now we can go.
7 people, including Junpei, climbed onto the elevator.
Looks like there's only 2 floor buttons working.
C and bottom.
The rest were destroyed or did nothing when
Time to
pushed.
head down then.
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, all seven of them stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
This is a numbered door.
Oh, so this time around, everyone gets to see the door number 2.
Yeah, it's door 2.
Immediately, they began to discuss who would go through it.
So who should go through the door this time?
We don't need to be discussing who we're leaving behind this time, right?
Right. It's set up so we'll be able to meet up again once we get through the numbered doors.
Then there's no need for arguments at this point.
We should figure out who's going in first.
Very well. Would anyone like to volunteer?
I'll do it.
The first to speak up was 7.
I'll go too.
And I suppose I need to go too then.
Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was, by default, the 3rd member. 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 20 plus, which converts to 2 plus 0 equals 2.
Alright, we're taking off.
Yeah, so they just, like, force it to be the same arrangement as the last time, which makes sense. Yeah, like in the other route, anyway.
Okay, please be careful.
Jesus. You 2 are acting like you're married, you know that?
Yeah, thank God the math does the game on the screen, honestly.
Oh,
June blushed. So did Junpei.
Don't be silly. Cut it out.
Cut it out. Don't be silly. Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly turned away to pull the lever on the red. Like, surely there's an arrangement where, like, more than 3 of us could have gone in, but, like, whatever, right? The door opened. As they'd come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side.
Alright, let's go.
Lotus was the first through the door.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
I'm a boy, I can't acknowledge my feelings, haha. So true. 7 was next, and Junpei brought up the rear.
Where the hell is it this time?
I don't see it!
There it is! It's right there!
I feel like this is? No, actually. Must be one that we actually get to interact with the ship. Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets.
It stopped.
Yeah, it stopped.
It stopped. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Seven and Lotus were breathing hard and fast.
Man, I'll never get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
Yeah, no kidding.
Damn right.
All right.
Junpei looked around again.
This hallway's pretty short, but it's got 5 doors. 3 on the left, and only 1 on the right.
Don't forget the last one at the end of the hall.
But it's got a metal plate over it, so I doubt we're gonna get anywhere that way.
Yeah. Unless... After taking a look around the room himself, Seven spoke.
All right, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You two okay with that?
Yes, no problem.
Sure thing.
Then I'll take this first one.
Seven nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him.
I'll try the one next to it.
At last, Junpei was left alone.
Well, I guess I'd better get started too.
He looked intently at the 3 remaining doors. Here we are! But we've done this shit already. We don't need to do that again. Okay, now we've done all the, like, routes up here. Can't do this one yet. Right? Now, again... Question is... Does this mean I got it? Or that it's available now, and I... Operating room. I feel like, it must be something where it's like there's something hidden in that room that I missed. Right? Map of the ship? Question mark. I'm assuming that's just like how it's titled and not, you know, I missed that because I'm pretty sure I got that shit. First uncrossed red one. Is there an uncrossed red one? That's crossed. These are crossed. That's crossed, that's crossed, that's crossed. I mean, let's... I keep exiting out. 'Cause I'm a fool. Ah, that's crossed. Yeah, the flow menu could really have a bit more info. Oh, actually, there might be more in the log. You're right. Girls doing the same during instruction flowchart. Yeah, didn't think it'd be for that. Special functions, flowchart. Item screen, file screen? No. Flowchart controls. No. I'm assuming it's not escape tips because it's not part of the escape. You can jump to different places in the story by using the flowchart. Russian couple. Yeah. Because is there a choice I can make here? Suppose we can find out. Let's take a look. I'm assuming, yeah, I just want to, like, actually see everything first. Yeah, this is when she, like, just had that shit with her and she was plotting some stuff. But what was the actual choice here? The room with the piano. Huh. Gotcha. Okay. If I don't get anything out of this, that's what I'll go for. Just gonna see how long it takes for us to actually get to the choice. If there is one. Yeah, no, this is just... Yeah, because I figured...
No way, no way.
Seeing the lock,
This has
that
gotta be
meant we
some
can
kind of
actually
joke.
get the other option? Yeah. Oh, wait! This one... Oh... Maybe it only, like, unlocked once I went to, like, a different part of the flowchart. Or I just didn't see it. Well, let's see. I don't actually obviously know what that's supposed to do. I can't... Surely not.
I think I'm gonna go with door 8.
We technically haven't seen
8
this.
it is.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 7.
What? Why?
Like, we've seen...
What?
Yeah, it might be. Let's see. Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind,
Yeah, it's good to know that autoskip literally does not even show up if it's new, because that's something I was worried about. I was like, well, a lot of this content seems repeated, but I want to, like, make sure, but I don't want to just, like, hit skip and have it just, like, through to the next choice, you know?
there are only 3 ways we can do it. Have 3, 5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8.
And the use of visual novels that, like, will still let you skip stuff that you haven't actually seen yet.
4, 5, and 7 go through.
I'm gonna be efficient about this.
No other in other words, you can't
We
now?
just saw the scene,
Oh no, you're saying...
or mostly the same scene anyway.
Hey, come on. We gotta split up. This is just like we got split up. I'll bet 7 and 8.
You mean...
Yeah.
Yeah, connections somewhere. We know.
I'm sure they're gonna connect.
Why?
If they, in other words, the game.
We've been through this whole
Damn sure he's not
conversation.
Gonna end this.
And, you know, we get over it.
Fine.
Yes.
And we go through the route where Junpei looks like a little less shitty.
Anyway, Clover and I will. I figure I'll take any problems with that.
Whatever.
And Clover is,
All right,
depression.
ready to let's move.
I feel like the correct option has to be, in order to get the thing, it has to involve, picking door 3, but...
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then shall we go?
It's open.
Okay.
Hurry!
And then they do something stupid. Man, I've always seen this. This seems like...
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake.
Yeah, we're like solidly in that route at this point, so... I don't know. I'll go to the room with the piano again. Okay. I'll certainly try. I mean, is there something noted on... Well, yeah, there is. Oh, I see what you mean, since there's the 2 keys there that are, in red as well. So let's see what happens. See if some weird shit goes on this time. Alright, anything unusual? Anything funny? Anything... Oh, you know what? We could probably solve this without, like, smoking out the room. I'm betting that's gonna be the thing. Well, they're not marked as available on the flow. So... Again, I'm not sure... Yeah, I'll try the piano room. That was the first class cabin, wasn't it? Goddamn. If I remember at least one of these times that the way to... It's not by hitting back.
What's wrong? You got weird all of a sudden.
Got weird all of a sudden. Yep. Okay, cool. The safe. I'm not sure I did, actually. The safe. I don't remember if I ever actually... Could you have gotten that the first time? I imagine not. Because context clues. Look at it again? Oh, right, and then 7 makes sure to, make this room available. Yeah, we're looking for... I mean, notably, there's not, like, any little key indicator here. Yeah, it didn't seem to unlock anything.
What's wrong? You got weird all of a sudden.
And this just seems to take me through the one scene.
Hey, 7.
Rather
What the
than
hell
letting
was
me,
that?
like, continue
Are you all right?
on from that point. Yeah, I'll do that. Let's see what happens. Because maybe we got another option here now. Let's see what happens. See what he thinks. Like, there's no way that answering this wrong would do it. I mean, double check my math from before, but 11, 14, 22, 4, yeah. The route where Junpei is bad at math. Yeah, I don't like... obviously get like another option in here. I suppose I could try being wrong about it, but... I don't know. Individual... How? Housed. I'll just answer wrong. For funsies.
5. It'd be 5. That means there's no way we can pass through door 4. Wait. Hold on a second. Something's off.
Should be around the
8
numbers
plus 3
again.
plus 6. Digital root.
Yeah, he just corrects himself.
It's 4. Add up our 4 bracelet numbers.
Then we can go into
Interesting.
door 4.
I mean, I'm already... it's not like I can bring Santa into the room in the first place. With just where we're at.
Ah!
Perhaps... just feels like... oh, wait. Wait a minute. This is shown as like... got it. Got it. Again, it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna try this, though. It'd be cool if they were, like, you know, better about telling us what the fuck the shit on the flow screen means. It's like, I don't know that unlocked and locked really tells me everything. So... yeah, there's like... it's hard to imagine it's just like, oh, you have to look at shit in the room. Like one specific thing. But it could be. For funsies.
Actual Titanic?
The actual Titanic? You mean it, like, slipped through time and ended up here?
Why not?
Before the ship sunk on April 14th, 1912?
Huh? What the hell are you smoking?
Huh? Did I get it wrong?
No,
Can they go
that's
and
not...
stick his
I
head?
mean, come on. I mean, slipped through time? Seriously? I was talking about the controversy surrounding the Titanic.
Controversy? What do you mean?
Haven't you heard of it? It's pretty famous, you know? The Titanic had a sister ship that was essentially identical. It was called the Olympic.
Oh, yes, I have heard of that.
Yep.
I think I heard it was troubled by a lot of problems, and the company that owned it didn't know what to do with it, right? So they made the Olympic up to look just like the brand new Titanic.
That's right. They also took out a huge insurance policy on it before it set sail.
And then...
That would mean that the real Titanic never sank.
Yeah, the ships got swapped. The real Titanic was renamed the Olympic in secret. They used it as a passenger ship for more than 20 years.
Hey, wait a minute. Wouldn't that mean it retired in 1935?
Huh? Well, yeah, I guess sometime around then, yeah.
Well, what happened to it after that?
I
Who
heard it
knows?
was dismantled.
Dismantled. Then it doesn't matter, does it?
Well, he heard it was dismantled, but that doesn't mean shit.
Whichever boat the real Titanic was, it doesn't exist anymore. It was either retired and dismantled, or sunk in the Atlantic by the curse.
There it
And
is.
that would mean that this ship is...
Wait, what did you just say?
Huh?
Sank in the Atlantic because of what?
Here's her theory.
Curse.
What do you mean, a curse?
A curse is a curse. This one is the curse of the Egyptian mummy.
Here she goes. Hey, Mateo. Good to see you.
Which was...
But we've heard about all this
Every
mummy curse
mummy-
nonsense.
So you're...
That's right. It's...
How can...
That mummy... It was...
What is...
Well...
Pretty
So we just have to figure out what on
that's
earth
what she was-
Oh! The fat...
Yes.
Huh?
That's not...
Then what?
They...
is
that's-
the,
you know, well, even...
That's...
I think so.
like here and here.
But maybe...
I wouldn't be surprised if it was just like a literal key.
I
'Cause-
said doesn't melt? No.
We've seen that there are multiple copies of some of the keys in here. And if we found some of the like certain keys earlier. Wait, what? Oh wait, no, never mind. Wait, what? Huh? Why is this locked again? What happened? What? Well, I'm looking at it. You should start from the beginning. Although you say that, but this is marked as unlocked. And we haven't technically gone to it yet. This as well. Available, yeah. I'm honestly not sure what you're saying at that point then. Because it looks like... Because we did go through here, but we did suddenly relocked it? Somehow. So there's something in here. Somewhere. There, you know, there's no way. Now we have to, like, not care about it. Maybe there's something in the display case? Possibly. So once we get the key to the other one... I wouldn't be surprised if it's just, like, a standardized key. Of course, another option could be that we just answer everything perfectly. Insofar as, like, the, questions about the portraits and blah blah blah, all that. That technically we didn't need to get right the first time through to figure out, but, like, it'd be weird if it's something that we could have technically accomplished. Right. I don't think there's really anything we can do in here right now, as far as I can remember. Let's just... Yeah, I think there's like... there's not a lot you can do in this room at the start. You need to head over to the other room for the majority of it. I can't remember if there's one of the tiles in the room she's in. Yeah, we know it's closed. Got it. For the highest flow tree cross-out key of the same color of the lock is going to go through and go visit it, next one, next, and so on until you can progress through the lock. Interesting. Easy. Alright. The main thing we want to find over here is this. And the candle immediately goes on. If it's not crossed out, it means we have it unlocked. Okay, yeah, so we've... Let me take a look at the flow tree then. Yeah, so essentially we just want to follow through from that point down to... Yeah, so this one's automatically unlocked because no matter what, we would be going through this point here. So in theory, we want to go through all this and then pick this route and then this route in order to unlock this. I mean, not like necessarily go all the way through that all, you know, once again, but visit it in order to set that to be how you're progressing. So, like, as opposed to, you know, replaying that entire shit right now, I think I'm just gonna try that out. Thank you for stopping by, Matteo. Let's see if that works. Red path first. Okay. Can certainly try. Good night, Matteo. Yep. Still not marked as unlocked. Maybe I need to go to the spot before? I mean, I can't imagine, since I was able to unlock it without doing that. It's weird, right? Because there's only one path you can go through to get to that, so the fact that it's locked in the first place... I'll see if it's like, once I pick an option, if it does it. Yeah, really. The programmer in here. Let's see. Come on. The left path was when we said that 4 would be fine. And that's when you deal.
Why?
Yeah, so that unlocks that. We can visit over here. But we want to specifically pick the 8 door. Cross out lock situation, look for the highest up the flow tree. Cross out key of the same color as the lock you want to go through. Okay, so we should be able to just go here. There. I'll go here then. Alright. Yeah, that's still marked as unlocked. but the 8 door.
Like you
Double
even
check
mean
before I
that?
make some dumb mistake. Yeah.
You say something?
And we go back. Although it seems silly, but maybe, yeah, since we have to lock in that choice. The door does, like, 7 does make a point of keeping that door closed. Or open, rather. So I imagine we would go back to it later. And then, however long it takes us to enter the escape room, let's see if this works. God willing. Although it takes a hot second for the escape room to even start. Yeah, there we go. Just gotta get stuck first. Again, I'm assuming what's going on here is we have to solve it without her getting, or, you know, without her turning the heat too high, which we wouldn't have been able to do the first time. Except, we still can't do it. In theory. So, but maybe. There's some key in here that we need to get. Well... I'm gonna write down the time on the clock. Just in case. 12:26. See if that becomes relevant. And the important thing in here is a permanent marker, which we can grab the stuff from in here. Ethanol. And that's you. And tell you to just use one of the cloths that are right there, Clover. You can figure that much out. But we know what's on there. Although I wonder if, like, if I solve this without ever having found out from Clover what the solution is. Right, we need the cable still. Forgot about that. Could you get the... I probably just need to actually select that damn thing. There we go. Where's the actual... Where do we get the damn cord from? That's what I want to know. Fine, tell me what the numbers are. Oh, you know what? He probably has to find out that he needs the adapter first. Duh. let's see. Yeah, sure. I have gotten these 3 endings so far, which looks like it's all the ones I can get. Okay, Clover. Need some cables. For me, please, please, please. All right. Now we combine these. Got it. Plug that shit in. And hacker moments.
Oh, that worked.
Not what I wanted. Alright, be a hacker.
What kind of job do you have? What are you?
Wait, what? Where did that come from?
I'm unemployed at the moment.
Why did you... What? What triggered, like, him asking that? Just the fact that I've seen enough endings? Well, anyway.
I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I quit.
Why?
Lotus blinked.
Huh? Oh. It was just... something.
She stopped typing for a moment and her face fell.
I see.
This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, and quickly shut his mouth. Yeah, he sure isn't. He sure isn't looking at her fingers. Lotus' fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen.
Oh, what are you doing now?
I'm going to try and brute force it.
Brute what?
So he gets to watch this time.
A brute force attack is... well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version?
Without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain.
A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. I'm writing a program that would run an attack like that on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly, but given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do.
Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little odd.
Oh, but back to what we were talking about earlier.
What were we talking about?
The wireless display? It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it?
Yeah, it's a lot more up to date than everything else on the ship.
Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, all right? So you enter 1 + 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange?
No. Not really.
Not really.
Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 + 1?
The main computer, right? You said it connected to the monitor wirelessly.
Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they
I see what
decided
she's
that,
going
they'll
at.
start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Oh, I see. So this wire supplies the power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes. Just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear.
I love this whole talk.
Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations.
Oh.
But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly.
Well, this connection really is a conundrum, isn't it? It's hard to understand. Let's continue to type. Junpei scratched his head.
So, what are you trying to say?
Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe What if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that?
Like... But... Is she saying the brain would be the monitor? Well...
Huh?
Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting. So stimulating this part of the brain causes the person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain.
Honestly, she kind of has a point.
See? Doesn't it sound the same? Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor.
Like, I don't think she's right? But she's kind of got a point.
Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else, in a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it.
Like, she's entirely wrong. I don't believe any of this shit. But, like, I think it's interesting. You know? Oh, yeah, it'd be input, output, yeah.
Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications, we can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts.
Oh, this is more of the information, morphogenetic field thing. I see. He really liked that. Uchikoshi did. Junpei didn't say anything, not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like that from someone like her. I mean... Yeah, because... Like, no, our brains are not like wireless receivers where we receive, you know, data from the cosmos and, you know, that's just God, and it's just like a receiver and not actually, you know, something that does everything on its own like a wireless. But, like, it's a thought experiment, Junpei. It's a thought experiment. Hello. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. It really is just the mummy sinking the Titanic. How come sometimes I like a bitch? That's the wireless.
The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else. That's just crazy talk.
Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultish religion.
Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia.
What? Alright. Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued.
If memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged.
I mean, that's like sort of accurate a little bit. It's because it's like... Yeah, he hasn't forgotten anything. They're just like locked away because of the memory, quote unquote, loss.
Huh.
I suppose that would explain aphasia and blindsight too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see.
What?
The monitor just isn't functioning properly.
Oh, I see. I kind of blanked on what the fuck aphasia was, and that just entirely screwed up my understanding of what she was saying. I think it's... What she's arguing is that there is a cloud computer, essentially, and we are connecting to that. So it's like... It's more like a, I forget what the term is for the kind of like really lightweight computer that's only really used to like access, a virtual desktop. but it's that kind of thing. So like the computer itself isn't doing any of the processing, it's just taking it, it's like sending your inputs to the main computer and then receiving the visual output. And audio, obviously. Thin client, thank you. Thank you, Woolongs. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. That's basically her argument for what the brain could be. Which is interesting. I don't think
I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing.
Junpei's not wrong. It is very, like, cultish, ridiculous conspiracy theory, but, like, it's interesting.
Wait a minute. What?
He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and Blindside was easy enough to guess. But he'd never heard the word prosopagnosia before.
What? You've never heard of prosopagnosia?
Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head.
No. What is it?
Passing the bongo off queen. Yeah, really, like, that is basically how I'm feeling about us. Like, I don't think you're right, but I like listening to you talk about this.
Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces.
Oh, right, that's prosopagnosia. Face blindness.
In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours.
Not really. Like, I mean, in effect, that is roughly the same. It's, they see the details on faces, they just don't remember them.
So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things. Their voices, their clothes, their hair.
Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks?
Oh, yeah, good point about... I wonder if they see the faces on cars, because that's like... I mean, that's basic pattern recognition. But if that kind of pattern recognition is damaged, I feel like they would be able to, since it's just, like, they would know what a face in a general sense looks like, and be able to recognize it as a face. Like, it's not like they see a face and they're like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's like the specific details that they don't remember, which wouldn't really factor into, like, the pattern recognition of, like, seeing faces on stuff. But then again, yeah, since it is about, like, us being really good at detecting face stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Well, you've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same, even though they've obviously got faces. It's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them.
That's a good comparison, though.
The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually. But you or I couldn't, unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart.
Yeah, no, actually, this is a very good comparison, because it's like, if you look closely, you can see the specific details, but you would never remember it.
That's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia. Huh. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed.
It's like when someone has two, like, nearly identical cats, and they can distinguish them perfectly, but anyone else... Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head.
And, what were we talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you wouldn't... Because, like, human faces are... Like, we see them as being, like, super different. But in a lot of ways, they're not. They're very samey. We all look a lot the same. So if you can't recognize those very minor differences and, like, you know, the length of the face, the size of the nose, etc., it's not gonna stick in your head.
The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor.
Are you serious about that stuff?
Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it.
There it is.
What about the other half?
I'm gonna be honest. I only, like, a little bit learned to ride a bicycle, and I never got good at it. But I suppose you turn the handle counterclockwise. But that's, like, just the logical, like, thinking it through answer rather than the, like, I learned how to ride a bike and I remember it as such.
Well, I guess I was just adulting.
Yeah, oh. Yeah, I see you. I see your point. Like, you say turn the handles left, but that's not really what's going on. Sort of the right handle is going to the right, but... Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Yep. That's something I would know. If I rode a bike. I guess I was just adulting.
Not funny.
I forgot adulting has been around for that long. As a term. Yeah, because, like, you don't, like, remember little minute things like that until you actually do it. It's like asking someone to recite one of their passwords when they're not, like, at a keyboard.
It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously.
They might be able to do it, but if it's, like, something complicated, they might get a detail wrong. Even though they can, when they're at it, can just... Easy.
It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time.
I like her so much.
But looks like I don't need to talk anymore.
Doing a real Chikochi rant right on stream.
Why?
I don't have to kill time any longer.
As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high. Yeah, it took a while for me to get through this dialogue, didn't it? And brought it down on the enter key, the classic boom.
Oh, then you finished that brute whatever thing?
I did not even realize I'm clicking RTB.
I
Sorry,
certainly
Quinn.
did. And let's see what we got.
Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted.
Piece of cake.
Now clicking on his city. Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square.
The screen changed again. What the hell is that?
No idea. Looks like a puzzle.
Suddenly, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
Lovely. Well, we know how to solve this one. Easy. Oh, wait. Right, no, that just unlocks these. I was about to be like, wow, we already unlocked the door.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
Ooh, this might be what we get. Thank you for spying. I'll keep that in mind.
Wanted to ask you something.
Because I definitely gotten stuck on that before. Ooh.
Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right?
Oh. I wonder, the last time I'd gone through this, had I not done that?
Did you hear him say, like, anything weird?
Huh?
Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. Let me check the run button. This one is what I want. Cause yeah, the first route I remember going through actually, is the one where you object, and that's where you go with Snake. And that's what I picked. Makes sense. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him.
Well, let me think.
He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something. Even a small something that would help her. However...
Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it.
Okay.
Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, I mean, was he born...
You're talking about his eyes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah.
Interesting.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's
Yeah.
not a real arm.
That, honestly, yeah. Normally I'm like I never want spoilers for anything. Or like, that kind of thing. But it's something where it's like super specific, like, click on the save twice after solving the puzzle. That, yeah, no. That I would want to know, so thank you.
The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Oh.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded.
Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff.
It's not that.
Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. Oh, so she might not be all hyped to... Well, she'll probably still pump up the temperature to max, or the voltage to max. But we got it. No, for now at least. We should be able to continue on to here. Snake's left arm. Snake's left arm, Snake's left arm, Snake's left arm. Did anything happen with that? You mentioned, I mean, obviously there's, you know, Snake died, and got exploded, but... Well, other way around, I suppose. Trying to remember... Whatever came up with Snake's left arm? Is that the arm that the bracelet's on? I want to say they're all on their right arms, but I don't actually know that for sure. Anyway, I am going to write down the detail about looking at the safe twice. Just in case I don't get to it tonight. Okay. Save thing first. I mean, I might as well. I haven't even started on this puzzle. That's a good point. Now, if I could just start from the checkpoint and then go, that'd be great. But no. Let's see if I remember how to do this puzzle. I know you said after, but I'm just gonna click it twice this time. Just to make sure. Believe there are 3 score plates. Interesting. What armor are you using for that, buddy? Can't do anything with that yet. We need to get the flower pot to all the water in, I believe. Hey, JLR, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. This is the Dark Souls of visual novels. Yeah, honestly. Not wrong. Oh, you know what? We probably have to actually look at the piano and see that we need that in order for him to realize he needs to take it. Jinpei isn't just gonna pick up anything that's around him without thinking about it. Unlike me. I would do this. There we go. And then there's something in here. A couple suitcases. These are empty, I believe. Although, the fact that these are empty and yet are still there, conservation of detail, they mean something. Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying it so far, so I fully believe that's gonna be worth. I forget if there's anything particular in here. No. Piano real fast so we actually remember it. Yeah, going through this entire room again just to recap. Honestly, it's not a bad thing to do. Mel actually did not look at the thing. Okay, now he should know to actually pick it up. And now we can go back. Wrong door. I was thinking the other room where you went through the door on the right to leave. Alright. Anyway. And, oh, right, that's the score plate, yeah, okay. The other piece of the score was... Where was that again? Was that in the bathroom? Oh, right, yeah, it was at the bottom of the bathtub. Which we can drain now that we've actually used the water. Drain that shit. And... there it is. Should be able to put that all onto the stand now. Oh, there's more! Okay, cool. Was there 4 of them? There we go. There it is. Let's see if I can actually do this reasonably fast. I'm pretty sure it's literally... Oh wait. No, I probably have to slow down. Fuck. The second one. First one. 3, 4, 4. It's the third. Second. First. There we go. Easy. It literally does give you a key for the first 4 notes, though, so, like... It's not too bad. Easy. Yeah. We want to look at the safe, though. A safe. It's a safe. A safe, huh? The exit's open. Yeah, strange that we didn't need to open this to achieve our goal. Do you think it's important? I wonder what's in there. It's a safe with a dial lock on it. We won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. Guess we'll just leave it alone for now and move on. Yeah, I see why you would need to check that out, because then they acknowledge, like, oh yeah, we didn't do that. See also, there's nothing inside. I can tell by the weight, and it makes no noise when shaken. Yeah, there's nothing new for that, though. Now we don't go through doors 8 and 6. Let's go. Yeah, that was... Yep. Yeah, this was... Yeah, there we go. Oh, do we want to start? Eight first. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, we want to make sure it's all properly aligned on the timeline. Pick door 8, and then... I imagine I can skip through the next part, but I don't know. Safer to just do it. And they're being irresponsible once again. Yeah, we know what to do now. Can really speedrun. Escape rooms, baby! Okay, let's go. Cable. Then examine this. Alright, get the ethanol over here. And this to you. Now you need to see that there's something to use it on first. Wonder what she'll prioritize when she's gonna hand him 2 things. Or like, either we're gonna hand her the ethanol, or she's gonna hand us the plug. Or maybe that'll be like a combo scene, I don't know. Let's see. Prioritizes the ethanol. She feels kind of special. She went through because she was feeling upset and she wanted to have some time on her own, and then the door went down. There it is. And make her write that down. And let's see what it prioritizes now. Still the numbers, but not the plug. There we go. Yeah, I did check the safe twice, no worries. Get the... look out for that. Yeah, I need to combine them, right. And... just believe her, Junpei, it's fine. Honest, there wasn't a flowchart on the DS? Hello? That sounds, nightmarish, actually. And not having a guide for that. Technically, this would probably be going slightly faster if I did it on the visual novel mode, but... that's speedrunner tactics, and we don't need that. Misclick. There we go. Honestly, the accenting really, like, so far, that's my favorite. That shit had an impact. Now, yeah, there she goes. Let's see if they have the full conversation. There it is. Yep. Misinput. Yeah, I probably it was a misinput. I didn't just click that intentionally because I'm a fool. But for real, I have a guide here. It would be embarrassing if I actually, like, just completely ignored that. And the more I defend it, the more it sounds like I actually did do that. I should just stop while I'm ahead. Next step was... right, open this. Yep, already did that. And then Clover's gonna... turn up the voltage too high. Feel that, watermelon. I mean, sometimes you have to suffer. I love school and education. So cool. Just play with it a little. And then this happens. Now, if I recall... I'm not sure I do. Yeah, we literally just opened the door for her and that's it. Took way too long for her. I clicked on one other thing. That was a bit too much. Let's see. Let's head down to this door. We have to go through door 6.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
Right, it's this whole gambit where he changes his vote. Although I can't remember which one he picks first. I don't. It might have been 6. I think that was his regular vote. Karambit. And let's see what's waiting for us here. I mean, this clearly is the true Clover ending that we're going for here. Considering where this normally ends up. Honestly, yeah, between the door 3 shit and the rigged boat here, he's like a little too good at this shit. Clover ending, I say, even though she's not like in this part, but like, you know, we're learning so much about her and Snake. You could be a politician. Not wrong. It's not marked as unlocked. Well, let's see if we can get it anyway. Lower. Now this one has been a little bit longer. And it's also complicated, so Lope. Clove. Let's make sure we see this one so you know it's to pick up the things. Because that's like half of this is like making sure that Junpei knows to do stuff. It's so true, Clove. Part of this room, part of the challenge is just navigating it, because it kind of sucks. It's like there's you go around this whole thing and you can't. It's like it's so hard to keep track of where the fuck you are. I mean, I know what this is for now. It's for setting up the whatever you would call words. And we pass on through. Go there. Go in the darkness. Let's see. I don't think there's anything at the end of this. We gotta look at this again. Anyway, can't remember which of these we want to go through first. Right, we need the wheel first. I have not played any Nancy Drew games ever, to be entirely honest. I vaguely know how they are, but that's about it. Now, I think, yeah, the Switch actually has a wheel. Why is there 2 different types of wheels? I mean, that's how this shit is, isn't it? Unnecessary bullshit, different parts being used for everything. And fuck it up. Right, yeah, it only turns to the left so we can only lower the thing.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
I believe the box has reached the floor. So true, King. Oh. Ooh. They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
You know, speaking of experiments,
Santa suddenly stopped.
there was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B.
And
of
dies.
course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error,
I know, it's not powerful enough to kill the rat.
the rat finally finds exit A.
Yeah, that's a good point, Watermelon. Like, you would think.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory
I
experiment.
mean, maybe it's like touch activated, but it feels too complicated.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over.
Oh, is this one of those generational things where the kids learn to always just go to exit A and like prioritize darkness or whatever?
Using hundreds of different rats over several generations.
Here we go.
This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B.
Hey, yeah, we're talking about rats, Jeremiah. Normal stuff.
But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one.
Here we go again. It's more information being transmitted around the world.
These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Spooky. Ace looked skeptical. Yeah, me too, King. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Kozlik. Needed after that theory. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you.
What?
That's a very fair spy. Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
I don't ever think about that, Santa, thanks.
Huh? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
He's just giving us a whole talk.
Yeah. Think about it.
Thanks,
when
Santa.
the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we sure did see the word emergency on a door before, didn't we? In a, like one where we swapped out some letters.
Yeah.
In an emergency, your real potential emerges. Yeah, Zero is putting everyone in an emergency. It's a situation where they have to escape. Oh. This is just the entire game. Because, see, the obvious solution to this whole trap, the easy solution, is to just go to door 9 as fast as possible and just leave. But if they do that, either only like 1 or maybe 2 or 3 people escape, or everyone dies in the process. So although it is the obvious and easy solution, what they have to do to actually escape safe with everyone is solve the mystery of what actually is going on here, so that they have the information they need to escape properly. Ooh, I see. Bull Muncher's tail.
That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
And we're also, like, literally drowning. We could address that aspect. But yeah, like, putting an emergency, because otherwise, like, if it was just like, hey, you're put on the ship as an escape room, have fun, try and get out as fast as possible, people would be like, whatever. We can take time to check that shit out, see, because it seems cool, right? Like,
Oh.
Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching, and his stomach felt strange. Oh, that is interesting. I could probably progress to here now, though. I am gonna save, though. Just be safe. No, though, I don't want to return to the title screen. Not interested in that. We got shit to do. Okay, it's all starting to add up. Oh my god, wait. And it was also mentioned that the rats in the second experiment somehow just knew how to do it. Like, that information had been transmitted to them. And the like, conundrum with, like, the whole entire format of this game is that, like, we, the players, learn what's going on through the multiple routes, but the characters only are going through each route, like, as, like, distinct individual timelines that don't intersect. That, like, they can't learn what's going on in the other timelines. This is just, like, one continuous experience with them that either ends with a bad end, and that's it. They don't get to replay, or they get out. So if you need to go through all these different routes to be able to figure out what's going on and escape properly, realistically, they can't escape. But if they access that information from the other timeline somehow through the morphogenetic field, that's what it takes. And it does remind me of the Somnium Files, which had that aspect where, like, Date started remembering things from the other timelines that he shouldn't have known. Wouldn't be surprised if that was in here too. Resident Evil style, just use clones to people. Honestly, yeah, I was also thinking of, I've never played Resident Evil. But I have played, Your Turn to Die, which has that kind of thing. I'm not gonna spoil too much because that game is really good and I think people should play it. But there is something similar to that kind of thing going on. It's not like the main thing, but you get the idea. But yeah, it like sort of time traveling, but less time traveling, more like accessing information from like alternate realities that you're not in. It's like, not to reference Steven Universe, but it's like Garnet, how she can see like different timelines and how they would end up based on like, you know, if I do this decision, what happens? But that didn't actually happen. You know, she didn't time travel or anything. She just predicted it. And used the knowledge from that prediction in order to inform her decisions. It's time travel, but not time travel. Time shenanigans. Weird, wild shit. Yeah, that just popped in my mind as I was thinking of all this, like, you know, different timelines having an effect on one another. Like, oh yeah, I've seen something like that before. In the popular cartoon Steven's Universe. It's interesting, honestly. That whole, like, type of concept in general. Your favorite anime? Yeah, right. And we can't go through here. Obviously. Here we are. Some sort of boxy device. Yep. Time to do this shit again. Let's see if I can get through it in record time. Did I leave any notes for myself? I kind of didn't account for the fact that I'd have to go through this twice. Or more. Right, no, but I need the keys first. So I can't do this yet. Who am I missing? Got 6 of them. So 3 more. Come on. 2. And then where's number 3? Well, number 9, but out of that which I'm missing, I probably can find it by here going over here. Said is smart sometimes. But only sometimes. What haven't I looked at? I know I've done these. Where was the other one? Yeah, damn it. Lovable rascal. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you just need a little dumbass. Oh, right, we get another one by just examining this thing.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards.
We're gonna get a special little scene here. Yes, we are. Just then. He really is the archetypal level rascal, isn't he? We love to hate him and hate to love him. Junpei heard a noise. He spun around, just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence. What?
Hey!
PSA 10 condition cars, we can sell that shit on eBay!
June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Oh, fuck. Junpei spun around to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finish the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
It's very easy. He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you alright? What happened?
Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
Good ending, Copium? Yeah, right. I'm sure it'll happen this time. As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
Huh.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself, brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still.
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
Oh, fuck. Wow, I wonder which pharmaceutical company that is. Certainly isn't, I don't know. I'm honestly blanking on the name. I knew it was something like to do with like babies, children. What? Fuck, what was it called? But it was the one that like funded the whole experiments and all that. Yeah, I'm totally blanking.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think.
That's the. I don't know what I said just there, but that's it.
Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
An anesthetic drug Soparil. We've seen that before. That was in the doctor's office, I think is what it was. But the place we went to with Stefan and Clover.
Soparil. Soparil.
Are you remembering Junpei?
I've heard of that before somewhere.
Yeah, you have, Junpei, in a different timeline. Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued. Soparil.
It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is.
A gas at room temperature? Yeah, that's fine.
It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective.
That sounds very safe. Not like you can use that on a lot of people at once without even noticing.
A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces.
That sounds horrible. This is a nightmare is what you're describing right now.
It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer.
I don't like this at all.
It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug.
That's not ethical. That is not ethical.
It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots.
6 years.
It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders.
But that's as long as it's been public. Yeah, relatively ethical, but like... It's better than what police usually do, but like, fucking... Man!
Demand for Soparil skyrocketed. And of course, that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Yeah, why do you know all this? Oh god, I bit my tongue. I'm so distressed. I'm very slightly, I'm fine. But like... Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
I suppose.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second-class room.
Oh, yeah?
Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
The fact that he runs the company. He isn't just an employee, he isn't just like a manager, he isn't just like, not even vice president, like, and every child who was abducted was, they had done the one, I'd written it down somewhere. The Gansfeld experiment, they'd done that. And, I think the idea was that, like, the hospitals they went to were funded by, or involved with, Cradle Pharmaceuticals, but I'm not totally 100% certain. Either way, there's an involvement.
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
Basically, Cradle Pharmaceuticals has a reason to have had their records in order to, you know, be able to know where they live and abduct them and blah 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 blah. Yeah, also, you know, have experimented on them and then take the kids who actually succeeded. Oh, wait. Thank you for the hydrate, Kazakh. I just realized. I literally just made that connection of, like... I mean, I just said it. But, like, the fact that... The connection with the Cradle Pharmaceuticals running the Gansfeld experiment with kids and then later being, like... connected to the kidnappings. They took the... How many was it? I think it was like 12 kids. Something like that. The 12 kids who got like the highest scores. Ooh. And it makes sense that it isn't 9, because, you know, 9's all over the game. Because they did that in pairs. Like, obviously, I'm sure, you know, there's a way to examine specific kids. And their, like, ability for... you know, telepathy or whatever, or like, you know, score them individually, even though they were tested in pairs. But like, still, the kids who did well would probably have been paired with the kids who also did well in order for, you know, like kids with psychic abilities transmitting to kids with psychic abilities makes for good scores, you know.
No, nothing.
I'm worried about something though, Junpei. As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. Ace? Mr. CEO? He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes. But I will say right now, the fact that Ace is the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals tells me that there's no way he's 0. Because that's way too easy.
What the hell is he doing?
Yeah, like, you good? He turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, alright?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat. Ooh, he's probably just not doing good right now,
What
isn't
happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Oh, you know, that's right. I was about to be like, wow, the numbers? Because they're pretty big and bold, but yeah, pictures, that's fair.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia.
extrapolate.
Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face is flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All the pictures were quite clear, and each person was easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad? I mean, I was figuring they were, like, small.
But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
Or that! That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces.
Oh! He's face blind. Ooh, Now, is there anything we can gather from Ace being face blind and being a president of a company that's getting involved with trying to discover telepathy in kids and running immoral experiments and creating a drug that can knock out people? Just like as like a gas. I don't really, like, I could see how telepathy could apply to, like, if you can't distinguish between people, but, like, that's another fight. But, like, they're not really. There's something else.
In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours.
I probably should have realized the fact that she brought this up specifically after already having gone through, like, a couple of already reasonable examples for how her whole theory would work, that this would be relevant, but somehow I was so like into her overall theory, you know.
So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Yeah. You know, it makes sense. Ooh. Hey, Darkmoon Madness, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Maybe that's why he was, like, the first to volunteer to, like, sit out and hope to be rescued, because he figured he'd be less useful. Because he just can't recognize people. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
Oh, Junpei. If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt that it was a depressing and painful experience. Oh, interesting. Actually, I didn't know that, Watermelon. Which, for as much of a cat person as I am, I probably should. Interesting. I suppose it makes sense that they can't distinguish human faces. Huh. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. I feel... Because... It sucks for sure. I did recently, don't at me. I did recently see, like, a TikTok from someone who has it and was talking about, like... like, a funny but, like, uncomfortable story about it, right? And thank you for the hydrate, Darkmoon. I feel like, I mean, it's a thing that, like, sucks, but you learn to live with. And, like... I guess, like, blindness or deafness, where it's like, you know you're missing out on, like, a major portion of, like, human experience. It's different in this case, obviously. But, like, you find ways to live with it, but it is, like... depressing. But, yeah. Fair point, Watermelon, yeah. I mean, maybe it was, like, Junpei leaving that task to him and, like, thinking like, this should be easy. You know? For literally anyone else, this would be really, really easy to do. And I just can't handle it. That, like, brings up, like, a lot of bad thoughts about, like, self-worth and that kind of thing. Like, I could see that being the, you know, it's just, like, being a catalyst. Since he was trusted with it as just, like, a, yeah, you know, Junpei didn't even consider the possibility he might not be able to do it. Because why would he? Anyway, still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best that he keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
Is it a puzzle? I mean, I suppose Ace couldn't solve it. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. I think I'm at the point where I can... Yeah. Pins! Okay, do I actually need to do this part, though? That's the question. No, I don't. Because this is unlocked. I'm gonna save, though, I will say. I don't trust shit. I don't trust anything. But, let's go, right? Let's go. The more you know. It's on the wrong screen again.
Look, it's...
And we're all back together again, but... It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, you know. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. What? Right, she's just gone. Right, that was up. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the bed and in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to...
Oh my god, just... June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant. I suppose we would be going to check that, you know, that's a place we didn't check the first time.
We might as well check, right? Let's go.
There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room. Yep, this is new.
Luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
Yeah, no kidding, buddy. The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten the lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check out the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. Yeah, like, seeing new shit happen and, like, in the middle of a thing you've already gone through, that's... It feels good. He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
No, she's not here.
As you'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen, although she might have the bracelet at this point. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body, lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood.
Snake, just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what was, once Snake. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted.
Oh! Wait! 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 That's the fake one.
Huh? Wait.
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscle. Bright white. Ulna. That ain't Snake! Bitch, I knew it. Bitch, I knew it. Bitch, I knew it. Bitch, I knew it. I was... back when we originally heard that they found his corpse and he was basically unrecognizable. I knew it. I knew that shit. I was like, could have been someone else. Could have been a fake corpse. The ninth man didn't die either. Possibly. Anyway. That ain't Falco. The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Never been so psyched in my life.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. Happy feet, yeah, that's how I feel right now. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm. Or at least it had been once. This might also be the ninth man's body. That meant that corpse...
Jumpy?
Jun's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her. Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Didn't realize my feet are shaking. Now tell her! Tell her! Junpei and Jun headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. I mean, I guess it makes sense to leave first. But no, you're gonna still look for man. Although now they know he ain't dead. He ain't dead. Someone else is wearing his outfit. Down the hallway, though. Did he orchestrate that? Did he? Ooh. He still had access to the ninth man's body, so if he just went back there and dressed the ninth man in his clothes and put that body in the shower room, don't know how he would have gotten through to there, but down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale, and his face was drawn. Yeah, his face was drawn. He's 2D. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath had caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
And a hand there for funsies. Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead.
I knew this wasn't going to be the good ending, but I can't say I expected that much to happen. I mean, she might still be alive.
I found her in the first-class bathroom.
Man. Not my girl. All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Muscle expanse, I sure hope not. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Ah, that is unmistakably Clover. No. Jun's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. Although, considering she's like the culprit behind the bad ending so far, I mean... So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Clover. Why? Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. The music though, yeah, honestly. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt, placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced the source to her back. a gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? That sounds familiar. If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover's smile.
Clover.
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again.
No way.
He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot. So the obvious conclusion here is that Snake is actually Zero. Which makes me think it's not true. But like, fake his death, run off, start killing people, and leave it as a mystery as to who was actually, you know, doing that shit. Because like, you know, the Yellow Submarine ending where we thought everyone was dead. So like, who could have done that? But yeah, that's the thing. There was the thing that was pointed out, I forget who said it. I want to say 7, was it Santa? That, like, they don't look like siblings, and that's not uncommon amongst siblings to not look, you know, the same. But, like, they're, you know, like, you know, their status as being legitimate siblings who, you know, don't do all that. It has been questioned before. And there's clearly something going on with them. So that something meant that Snake would be willing to kill Clover. Also, it is notable that, like, he killed her in, like, he would have had an easy way of killing her, you know, by just forcing her through a door. He's got a bracelet. He could find a door to do that with. And he could lead her anywhere she would follow. But he didn't. Which says something. Maybe he wanted to give her an easier out. At least leave a recognizable corpse or something. I don't know. Which obviously would mean he's not Zero. But like,
Let's get out of here, June.
Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom. Yeah, I don't think he's Zero. I don't think he killed Clover.
Are you alright?
But, you know, considering all the possibilities. It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and 7. Oh, and the safe's in here. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
7 spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. 7's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad. She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin. Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom.
Corroboration for anyone, please?
Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
7. There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right?
He is the one who's responsible for them being even able to get back in this room.
Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh. You think I did it?
Here we
Well, I
go.
don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
Oh boy.
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were two doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right, the safe.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it?
Yeah.
Skipped over that a little bit. Sorry. Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
Figured it would open. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it.
Huh?
There's one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
rust.
Junpei stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Uh-oh. Junpei left the closet. Good for you, buddy. Seven follows him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of here.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
Check the briefcases that were supposedly... Now, the reason why we had concluded that the briefcases were empty was because we couldn't hear anything in them when we rattled them around. Could be a code in there for the safe. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Because that's the body that was used for... Snake. Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
And it's empty! About to get owned? Oh, fuck. His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, turning what little food was there into a violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile spattered onto the floor. German noises. God. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. Oh, it's there. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. On the floor, next to the broken mass of the man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spattering across the lenses. Maybe they have binoculars skied at? I don't. Should I know what that means? The bloodstains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
That was when he noticed.
It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone.
There it is! I was expecting the entire body to be gone, but like also...
It was right next to the glasses.
Forgot about that element. But now... It was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room.
mm.
Oh, okay. I see how that would apply. And I mean, with the... Honestly, that's feasible. The fact that the body had gotten, like, exploded out, it was barely recognizable as a body. I mean... I don't think this would happen, but...
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Junpei! Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip, then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
The bracelet? As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand. The other bracelet, though. Snakes.
What?
Ooh. Nope. She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff.
I mean, obviously, she can't have Snake's bracelet, though, because he's presumably alive.
Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. No, that matters! He took the bracelet. The paper was more important. It's disturbing seeing the color sucked out of the skin, honestly.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. We can have birdies and Clover. I'm glad it wasn't. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone.
Now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. I mean, it's not literally referring to her hand, right? Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Tells me... Because there's been 3 deaths so far. Hey, Junpei! Mama, yeah, right.
Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means... Oh, right, the left hand. Ooh. Ooh. Truth gone, truth gone, and truth gone. Now the truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. Yeah, so talking about, like, the fact that a snake had actually not died, and you know that if you looked at his left hand.
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm. Oh, they're on the left arm. I clearly had not been paying close enough attention. Wait a minute. Snake's prosthetic arm is the one that the bracelet is on. Ooh, he could take it off, right? Because it wouldn't be forcing the bracelet off. He'd just be taking the prosthetic off. I mean, I don't have a prosthetic. I don't know how that shit works.
Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
Bracelet with the gamer buttons? Yeah, really. He examined the bracelet closely.
There's 2 things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone.
But truth had gone, truth had gone, truth had gone. Asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. Darkness of the sinister hand. Darkness in this case. Because what would be the dark side of the watch? Because I mean, it could be the buttons because they're black. So
Truth.
darkness.
Gone.
Truth gone. Maybe those two words. Switching the sentences around. How about reading out loud? We've already read it out loud. We can't get shit. Reading them backwards? Obviously, no. Switching the sentences around. Gone had truth? No. So the only thing left is what else could gone and truth mean, which follows with sinister.
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right.
Oh, that's... You know, maybe I should have known that one. Truth had gone. Gone left. Oh. Right, left, right, left, right, left.
You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms, and truth equals right, and gone equals left.
So we just need to press the right button, left button, right button, left button, right left button. I feel like that's a little too easy to stumble upon by just playing with the watch, but then again, who's gonna want to do that? Look at the hydrate costume. Don't mind me fucking by tracking with my arm. I do not have a cat on me, so I can actually stretch. Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These two things sticking out.
Thank you for the stretch.
So if I...
Press them in the following order. Right, left, right, left, right, left. There he goes. And then... What? Oh! One after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off, of the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time to be sure. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Well, I'm writing that down. Mind sound alert routine when? I should, really. 3, 4, 2, 1. Got it.
Hey.
Oh, that's the safe.
What are those numbers?
Right, because that's 4 two-digit numbers.
Hmm.
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Well, but safe combos are usually 3 numbers, so... Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers in the order they came in if he said anything.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Oh, safes can have more numbers. I guess I'm so used to, like, padlocks. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Feel this, though. Like, can't say shit, can't explain anything.
3, 8, 3, 4, 2,
Because you'll
1.
forget.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he'd just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. What it said was there in this like 5, 6, 3, 2, 8, 1, 2, 6. Fuck him up. Yeah, I think Santa should. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed into the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh,
Finished.
bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The Nonari game was played once before, 9 years ago. Yeah, we knew that. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Snake? Is that related to why he's blind now? Was the car accident a lie? Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Kentaro Hongo, Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff Nagisa Nijisaki. Have we heard Nagisa somewhere before? Hold up. Write these down. Kentaro Hongo, CEO. Nagisa Nijisaki. Chief of Staff. R&D Supervisor. Teruraki Kubota. Okay. And D. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Kakichika. Kakichika. Musashi don't. Gotcha. Not that most of those names mean anything to us. Granted, Kentaro Hongo doesn't actually mean anything to us. We just know that that's who he is based on his role. Our old friend Ace. Majority shareholder. Neat. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. Okay, so all 4 of them are here, for sure. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. 0. So did he intentionally... I keep saying... Did they intentionally, like, grab Snake out of the game? Because Snake had been through there before and, like, is now, like, being coerced into, you know, helping behind the scenes? Maybe? Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Okay, so we got Nagisa, Todoroki, and Kakichika, who we have to identify so far. Probably not Santa, because he was like talking about, oh yeah, you know, yeah, he told me he is the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Probably not him. But Lotus had just mentioned that she used to be the cybersecurity person for a company, but she left. Probably was Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Not that she's any of those roles, but that safely eliminates her. And obviously her kids were involved in the game, which would make a lot of sense if she was part of the company. So yeah, we know it's not. Well, no is a strong word, but we know it's not Lotus. We know it's not Santa, we know it's obviously not Clover just because she's way too young. We know it's not Snake because he was involved in the game. Who else? June was also way too young. But that doesn't leave a lot of people. Frankly, I mean, obviously we don't know. We know it was 7, because we know what his involvement in that was. Although, I mean, like, it's possible he was, you know, working double time, but like, I don't think that was it. That only leaves 3 people. Junpei? Ace, who we already know his involvement. And who else would that be? The 9th man. Junpei, the 9th man, and Ace. But obviously we know Junpei isn't any of those people because we literally know his real name. So this doesn't add up. Unless... What if Clover and or June are the children of some of these people? Or Santa as well. He's still pretty young. Junpei too. Could be. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands on the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out.
He thinks it's Ace.
I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced with attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice. Wait, hold up. I know who killed Snake and Clover. You know Snake is possibly still alive, buddy.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. Uh-oh. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. Don't have time to be going slowly, guys. We can't do that.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around.
Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Ace, 7, and Lotus. Okay. Of course, she said she was doing cybersecurity, but she could also have been doing, you know, a part of... Ooh! No, never mind. I was gonna say R&D would make sense for her, but Teriyaki is, we know her name, also. And she's not any of these people. She's Kashiwabara. Don't know what her last name is, but...
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and 7 understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace? Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door, just as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shown from the red display panel.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. Didn't animate it closing, did ya? And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Yeah, I feel like we knew this. I mean, like, to be fair, he is establishing the fact that, like, someone could just, like, take the bracelet and that'd be all you need. But that was pretty obvious, I thought.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity playing on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they had hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
What?
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. What? If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Oh! He needs to reveal that he already knows he's Junpei. And that's not something he should know. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
Oh, he's playing on the fact that he is face blind. Oh boy.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital root would be 1.
Actually, I'm stuffed. Oh my god, Junpei, no. Is that true?
But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face.
I mean... yeah, but...
Ace, you have prosopagnosia. Am I right?
You didn't have to reveal it like this, though. Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others look confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed. Yeah, right?
I confess.
It just seems like he's being ableist.
I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at
There
all.
it is.
I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
I see. Ace's face tightened. His eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds. Oh, and you know what? He has a great alibi. And he was in that room the entire time.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Yeah, Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8.
Oh, fuck.
There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now. I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
This makes it so fucking obvious.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Plating was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, then flicked it off into the darkness. Amazing, Junpei.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person?
That's exactly what Junpei is saying, buddy.
Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. Oh, there it is. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't
I
Snake's...
didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood.
Guy X. Could the body have been the quote-unquote 0? The guy with the 0 bracelet?
In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh god. No. That's impossible.
Ace started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Not cool, Hajime, not cool. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right. And I mistook Guy X for Snake.
He's about to object because he needs at least 3 people to get through the door.
Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him.
No, that's fair enough.
Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives.
Survivor from the original incident. You orchestrated that shit.
1. Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2. Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you...
And then Snake left the hint for the save because he already knew the combo, right?
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to
The
read.
nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met
It's
Junpei's.
the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly,
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
And you admit you're that guy, the CEO.
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. There it is! Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something, anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much.
CEO of child abduction? Yeah, really.
I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all...
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Here we go.
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Here it is.
Huh?
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
What?
Huh? Ace's face was tight, and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you.
You did what now?
Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand in his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket?
This
It's the
bitch!
number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
Holy shit. Yeah, Junpei getting Ace a clown on himself. Yeah, right? Get his ass, get his ass, get his ass.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped halfway to his pocket. Have we already established that his... Yeah, we've established that his arm's fake. So it's pretty easy to explain, like, why Guy X would even have had the bracelet. We're good. Although, then at that point, like, wouldn't... Because if that had been his bracelet, you'd think the bomb would have gone off on the real Snake. It's fine. He looked at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Ayo! Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Here we go! I do that. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. New sprite. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B-deck.
Here's his monologue. His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
Yeah, we get it.
As you
Math.
can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer.
Christ.
So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left.
Forgot he had a knife.
I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me.
Who's
The man
Guy
wearing
X?
Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around.
Who are you?
He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep.
Had you been injected with the tranquilizer?
Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that.
Yeah, that fucked you over.
I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me? Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81
Lovely.
seconds passed.
Who are you, please? Please.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
This does leave a question, though. The doors hadn't been repaired when they went out to search. So when did that happen? Obviously, this guy ran the original game, but he wouldn't have had the stuff for the doors for Zero's game. Probably. So... Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes,
Why? Why did you kill her?
she was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself?
Oh, it's through door 1. Hope we went through door 1. I don't remember if we've been through door 1.
Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Yeah,
Something Lois
Lotus
interrupted.
and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes, I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs.
Lotus and Seven and Clover, when did that happen? Because we went through door 8 for this. But that wasn't part of... Hold up. Door 1, door 1, door 1, door 1. Do I have notes about that anywhere? Yes, I do. It was when we split into 3 groups and we did the funny little, Junpei did the funny little trick with the, swapping out his vote. Did we ever go through door 1? We must have. But what's behind there?
I doubt the 2 of you could find it.
The one possibility for going through door 1 was... with Junpei. Was, 1, 4, 5, so... Ace... Clover, and Junpei. Well, I don't think we did that. Don't think we did that at all. I think it worked out to be something different.
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it.
The one where Snake finds out you cheated. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I do remember that now. You mean Ace? But, yes. Yeah, nope. We went through that. Yeah, that was the captain's cabin. Yeah, that's where... we found the Zero bracelet. No worries. Yeah, no, I get it. Might have found it. Door 1, hidden somewhere. Something suspicious. Oh, and you know what? The 2 bad endings were, it was definitely Clover who killed us. Well, it came from when she went through, or at least one of them did. Came from when she went through door 1. Along with, Junpei and Ace, but... She found something and she took, notably, the axe, the bracelet, the Zero bracelet. And it looked like she had one more thing. The 9 bracelet is good because it lets you get through a door with only 2 people. Same thing with the 0.
I was therefore desperate to find her.
If you have the 9 and the 0, get through a door on your own.
And at last I did, in the first-class cabin.
Although only the door that matches your number. The 9 bracelet is valuable because it doesn't change the digital route.
I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What?
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh.
Ah. So she was there.
Did you go take a look at the ninth man's corpse?
Oh.
I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor, hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
Aren't you a generic killer? He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus's and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing, with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you.
Yeah, whatever you say.
I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you told me about that.
The man I killed in the shower room? If he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes. And that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Mm-hmm. Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I don't. Oh, right. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. Right. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. The right? Copium, yeah, really. Zero. And he remembered other words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
But also he says them. He listed 4 names, so that's like obvious enough. But one by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, 7, Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead.
Yeah, if we needed more confirmation that Snake is not Zero.
Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere, laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
How's he gonna watch? He's blind. Yeah, fair. He sounds as if he's just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace and raised a fist of her own. And drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
Oh, shut the fuck up. He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. Of course it's like this. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you.
Uh-huh.
The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie.
Are you gonna tell us what that name is?
It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later.
Great!
And with that,
Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then.
Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied!
Cool.
Open the door, please! I'm begging you!
Were you one of the other kids? Was that it?
Please get me out of here!
Although that would make a ton of sense, considering you would have recognized Ace.
Oh my god! There's no time left! Listen! I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here!
You could have given a name.
It was him! He killed me! It was him!
But apparently not. That's stress, you know? About to die and all that.
4 reasons for killing him. As I said before,
The number.
in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance.
I mean, yeah, but like, he knew that his name was Ace. I suppose he's under a lot of stress.
If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago.
Oh?
It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information. Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test.
Yeah, ending at this ending for sure.
A test to see if this
It's a little
notary
late.
game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him.
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
It's just for funsies. Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right?
That's what it was.
Bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed, I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed. A short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious.
Yeah, they make 9 together.
I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away!
We can't risk it.
Oh. Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood, frozen. I'm gonna take a look just to see, like, yeah, we are getting close to the end. Ace had the face of a man gone mad, like I assumed, but, you know. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned to address them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. That's the same exact illustration as last time. Just with Santa added in. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up.
Excuse me.
Your fever's back. Are you okay?
He really does have the arrogance. Yeah, I'm like, also, what the fuck is going on with June? This is not a fever. June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She's breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But...
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me.
Just leave Santa with her.
I just need a little rest. I'll be fine.
He's an idiot, but he's trustworthy in this case.
Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Let's go.
Me was in him too fast and also just showered. Yes, utter. Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. I mean, what could happen? They only waited like 10 minutes. Oh, God. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
He finally exerted!
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
And as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. This read would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next... Uh-oh... There was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Didn't we hear this the last time as well? Junpei looked up, surprised. The last time we were in here. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound. Pretty sure that we did. I don't like it. I hate 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 it.
Over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or, more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Oh, God, I don't like that. 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 I don't like that.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
They're gonna force it open and it's gonna kill the person inside.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've got to try.
Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled. Alternatively, they just failed to open it.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Okay, so the obvious options for who is inside that. 0. Lotus. Snake. Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
It's a zombie movie, yeah, really. I really hate that. Could you just say something, please? It's way less uncomfortable. The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei wondered.
Was there some sort of clue somewhere?
Yeah, no, like, I don't think it was Lotus, but it is, like, a possibility. That's all I'm thinking. I stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin.
Do you still remember that, Junpei?
You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right?
1438341.
Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
I mean, impossible.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
It's worth a shot.
That's
but-
ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
I strongly doubt that's true.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Turned it right back around at him.
Who said that?
You.
Just fucking do it. You're wasting more time by not doing it right now.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
1438 3421.
Quickly, he typed them in. Watch as it works. He checked that he entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. Snake?
Snake!
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... First and foremost, what the fuck are you doing in there? They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Or they had to tell him something. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas. And Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything.
Presumably, this is what the guy Axe is originally wearing.
Have I been sufficiently caught up?
Or it's just like some wild-ass outfit that he's been given. Kinda got a trip, though, honestly. No, there was one thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. Yeah. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that notary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating. Oh no.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was, perhaps, not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
Just know it. Junpei, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, really. No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. Maybe he really doesn't know nothing and his memories were erased. Oh no. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
Currently we have 5, 7, and 2. 5. However, they need Clover! Oh boy. Good thing she's dead, right? They stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, you could see the 2 bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh. Hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything. Did you take the bracelet?
What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. 7 pulled out something round and metal. Yeah, silly. Oh. No. The 0 bracelet. Oh, hold on. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
0. Zero's bracelet. What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Oh. Okay, so 7 and 2. That would work.
Yeah.
And Junpei doesn't get to find out what's on the other side.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed 7 look away. Yeah, because Clover had that. Oh, right, because he had taken something from Clover, but he didn't say what it was. Yeah, Junpei's the protagonist, so he can't see what's going on.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Great lie. Junpei could tell right away that 7 wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Well, I did.
Yeah.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking over towards the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. 7 and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, 7 put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Interesting.
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh? Ooh. What would it be then?
What? That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying.
Interesting.
Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Let's do some math. So we already know that 2 plus 7 plus x is not equal to a digital root of 9.
Oh, got it.
Junpei nodded. So we know it's not 0, we know it's not 9. They decide to use the following combination. Okay, what would be the easiest way to find out what it is? Because the options are 2 plus 5 plus x. Which would tell us if it's 2, which... I mean, possible, I suppose. Good morning, Zen. Good to see you. Junpei plus 7 on the bracelet. 5 plus 7 plus x would tell us 12, if it was 7. Right. I feel like I'm doing that wrong. 12, 7, yeah. No, if it was 8, rather. 6. Went the wrong way. I am doing great. But, yeah, so 5 plus 7 is 12, plus another 6. Yeah. You'd tell if it wasn't 6, I suppose. And the last one is all three of them plus the bracelet. 2 plus 5 plus 7 plus X. So that is 14. It's be 4, I believe. What's the most valuable though? The most valuable one is whichever one would allow us to actually get through the door with it, right? Please don't take half an hour in math again. Yeah, listen. That's very fair. I'll try to do this fast. So, most valuable one of these answers is whichever one allows us to actually get through the door. And 6 plus 5, 11. Nope. 13. 2 plus 4, 9. Nope. Oh, 2 would be valuable because then if you combine that with Junpei and Snake, that would allow us to get through a door with those two. So 2 plus 5 plus X.
Let's try Snake, me, and the bracelet.
Snake plus Junpei equals 2 plus 5 equals 7.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 2.
The door didn't open. The mysterious bracelet wasn't 2. So that's, nope. That's a no on 9 as well. 0.
It didn't open.
Guess it's not 2.
Then?
Junpei continued. They decided to use the following combination. 2 plus 7, the first of the bracelet. This would tell us if it was 6. 4, alternatively, would allow us to do... 4 plus 5 plus... that wouldn't really work out, but... Yeah, let's go in order.
Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
And in their bracelets. It's 6. Okay. Okay. Okay.
It opened.
I suppose it doesn't matter which one is most useful because we get through the door anyway if it works.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation wouldn't produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. And he's the only one being left out here. Where were your tab actually got through? It is 6, because if you add 5 plus 7 plus 6, you get a digital root of 9. Because that's 6 plus 6 plus 6, if you could just move the 1 from the 7 to the 5. I don't know, I find that easier to do. The door slid closed. Rather than like 5 plus 6 plus 7. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6.
Which means... June? Is June not...
But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
A 0 is also possibly what it would show if it's just busted. Because that's just like activating all the line segments. Well, no, that'd be an 8. Whatever. I'm fool. Either way, it's erroring. Thank you for the Hydra in the stretch. Somewhere, suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
Well, you gotta get out at some point, guys.
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go.
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
And who's that leave behind, actually? Because the remaining options would be June and Santa and anyone else? Because I don't think so. I mean, obviously, that's Snake as well. Yeah, Snake, Santa, and June together make 11, so too.
You needn't worry.
I have a solution to this.
Good night, Cossack.
My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
Uh-huh. That's easy. Nice and simple. But what's on the other side? Junpei, Seven, and Snake ran, full tilt, down a long, straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort.
Wait. Oh, he took off his arm. Duh.
Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do...
I'm about to commit funny. So true? Yeah, you really just did.
a little trick up my sleeve.
Literally.
I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple but effective. Oh, did he take, like, the hand off and then... He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei. It looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they're small enough to fit through the wristband. Ah, I see. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so... How had he done it?
My brother's left arm is... it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Oh, and this leaves behind... Santa and June, who make 9, so if they can just find a bracelet, that would let them get through the door. Although the 0 and 9 have been taken at this point, so... Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
Yeah, it detects the bracelet passing by, so it works out.
You don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He'd walk through the door easily, without authenticating. Now, I say the 0 has been used, it's not 0. He'd walk through... he'd step through to the other side unscathed and begin running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. Oh, yeah! Because it wouldn't have been... It doesn't detect a heartbeat on his wrist. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward onto the right side of the hallway. I feel like Zero had done that intentionally. He would have known that Snake has a prosthetic arm and, you know, could have easily just put the bracelet on the right. So... And that was intentional because he was the survivor from the original game and wasn't intended to ever be killed. They stopped and peered down the staircase. Hypothetically, he might not actually have the bomb in his intestine because it would never have activated under any circumstances. Assuming it is, you know, detecting heartbeat based on the bracelet.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few moments to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
I suppose it would still, like, work properly. Because, like, it would still detect him going through the door. And then from there, activate the timer. But I think it's still probable that he doesn't have the bomb. Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read Incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant.
Say that again.
Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Mm-hmm. Junpei grumbled, giving Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open. Got it.
He pulled the lever down. Let's head to the incinerator! With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. So you can't see your dirty look, dumbass. So true! There's no need to hold back, and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. Perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
What? Why?
It narrows down to 1.
Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Uh-huh. Time limit.
Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes.
Of course it will.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
Although Valley's outside, I believe... was it said that their bracelets would come off when they left? I don't think that was the case, actually. So I think they do actually have to authenticate normally.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Are you now? Yeah, really, Art. Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The 3 of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
Yeah, it would have worked. It would have worked.
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't recognize voices is interesting, because he did clarify that, like... Yeah, like, I would have known if he had been able to speak and defend himself and all that.
Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Junpei felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Too late now.
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him.
What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei, disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the 9th man had, you remember?
Yeah, he fucked up. He does not know what's coming.
I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance.
Are we getting in, are we?
That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The Snake!
Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. Yeah, they didn't bother mentioning the gun. I was expecting them to be like, hey, he's got a gun, don't. But apparently not. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Lotus! Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she made a run for it. She reached Stefan and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
What you gonna do now?
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door. Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well,
boy.
It looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened.
Kill you.
Oh, shit. Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward 1 step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me. I said don't come any closer. Shit. You bastard.
That's 5. Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Good job, idiot.
Finally. You're...
But Snake wasn't done.
Hell.
kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg,
You won't get away.
and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once the snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it. Corny, but I get it.
Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily.
Doubt.
You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear the tears in their voices, and their words were strained.
Snake, that's enough. You can stop now.
Yes! He's right, Snake. You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go.
Oh,
Let's get out of here.
You have to come with us. We have to leave together.
Snake turned towards them. He coughed, and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps
Oh, Snake.
in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
But
God damn it! Shit!
Lotus
We're
can't
out of
go.
time.
Lotus can't go with them.
We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul. And Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and as he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat,
Junpei, what
yeah,
are
he
you
tried
doing?
desperately.
You have to get out of here now.
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart, alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force on his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds.
Oh fuck. Well, they're fucked.
7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright? No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Gates 2 and 3 are locked down, beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled with shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door.
He's...
There was a small window cut into it. Inside, he could see Ace and Snake. Hold up. 5, 7, 8. That's 2. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why?
You fully deserve this. They did have the 0 bracelet, but it wouldn't have changed their total. Or, right, because it was 6, so, that would have been... potentially they have the 2 bracelet, because they would have gotten that off of Snake. So, 2 plus... 2 plus 6 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. One sec, I'll do this real fast. Because I'm a genius or something, I don't know. 10, 17, 22... 28.
Why? Zero! Zero!
He really is. Just giving some ghosts to finish the task. It all works out. So what I'm taking from this is that Guy X was originally number 6, but then June got swapped in for some reason. He didn't know how much time had passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door, in the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
Oh, they just literally, they left. They didn't go through the door. They just left.
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait. All right?
He began to walk again. Well, this ending is going on longer than I expected, can't lie. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it and the door opened.
Yes.
Oh no, they were on the other side of the door. They did in fact get through, but now they have access to the building. Or building, the rest of the ship.
Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Oh boy. They're just nowhere. Going back, are we? Ah, yeah, down to here. Oh, they probably wanted to check out what the fuck was going on in this room. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room, oh fuck. June. No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was crying.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still. So very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Relief washed over him.
Connie!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you alright?
Jumpy?
I don't think she's alright. Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way I am going to let you die. I am gonna save you, I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy.
In another rap, baby.
Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy
Again.
to see you again, Jumpy.
We get this monologue again.
Really happy.
Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. Alright, Connie?
Alright, but where's Santa?
Did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. That's not just a feeling, buddy. He looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static above his head, and a voice spoke.
Zero. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice. Ah!
What the hell are you talking about?
Game ended when Gotti died. Interesting. Interesting.
No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. Why?
Lol.
The wrong path?
Inevitable, because we have to go through all the paths in order to unlock the real one. See, it's a funny game joke.
What are you talking about?
Is he saying we have to sacrifice someone? I mean, not like we didn't in this route.
I told you! I am not gonna lose!
Ah! Hey, Zero Escape! Hey, yo, Zero Escape! Ooh, I'm dropping frames. That's not great. I'm gonna close a couple things, see if that doesn't help. Because apparently, it's not having a great time. Oh.
What?
That seemed to have solved it. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. Anyway, it's just saying loss. I don't know how much of that went out. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Damn it. Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie!
Uh-oh. She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone.
Oh God. No. No.
Looked
Where
away for
is
2
she?
seconds. Good job.
Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell, one he'd smelled before.
Wait. This is...
Oh! The knockout gas. Which they used at the very beginning of the game. 9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Well! That was fun, that was great, that's cool. You know, that's great, I love that, you know, yeah, please get you some rest. I need to get some as well. Didn't expect it to take until we'd hit nearly, 7 hours. But I suppose that's what I get for trying to go through to one of the, like, big boy endings. The end, or is it? Chance of loss is not 0. Cool. Love it. Well, seek a way out, yeah. You know, fucking... Yes, I'm very sure. Well, that's interesting. It's very interesting. Game over, as they say. Different kind of key right there. Notably, it has been unlocked, so it's not like I need to find that route. But here we are again. But not, I'm not. We're not doing any more of that. People gotta sleep, myself included. So, I'm gonna see if there's anyone else online for us to raid. But otherwise, thank you for hanging out with me during this last stream. Shit happens, huh? That was fun. I am looking forward to seeing what the any of that other shit means, but I'm glad we're finally getting to the point where we're seeing, like, the deep shit, you know? Getting actual reveals of, like, what the fuck happened to Snake. Although we don't totally know, but we've got more of an idea now. So let's see, who's still streaming? Looks like Dandy Plus just got started playing Legends Arceus. So, hey, QTC, thank you for the follow. Hope you had a good time through this hell of a stream. I'm gonna wipe through the ad, and as long as Dandy Plus is still going for a bit, I will start that raid up. So stick around for that. But otherwise, hopefully I will be conscious enough on Friday night, Saturday morning, 2 a.m. Central 2. Thank you, QTC. to do some Pokemon Nuzlocke finally after delaying for a couple weeks because yeah, sleepy bitches. But also, I got a week off after that, so I have full permission from myself to be irresponsible. You know how it is. I am gonna set up that raid though. So see y'all around. Schedules as usual is on Twitter and Discord, and that's also where I'll put info if I end up being like, I'm way too sleepy, or you know, like other important stuff. But I'll see y'all around. Have a good night. Get some rest if you need it. I know I do. And see you next time. Bye-bye. I'll start that raid in a sec. Stick around.
Time for an ad. I'm a cat who loves to snooze.